Hey, it's me, Vicky Marie. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in this crazy world we're living in. So I just wanted to show that little tribute first, just to remind us. I don't think many of us will have forgotten. Last year, it was this time last year, wasn't it, when it was all going on, the search for Jay Slater, 19 years old, first holiday without the family. Off he went to Tenerife with his friends, and the point of this inquest, this second inquest, well, third inquest really, if you count the Spanish inquest, is to try and find out not exactly, I think, what happened to him. His family seemed to have accepted, and certainly the Spanish authorities have given their conclusions. Seems like it's established that Jay fell down a ravine. That's how he died. Of course, what's a little bit in question for a lot of people is how he got there. Why was he there? Why did he leave the Airbnb? Why did he go to the Airbnb in the first place? These are all the questions. And when we had the last inquest, the first British inquest, that was a total fiasco, wasn't it? We covered it, we looked at it. It was an absolute fiasco. They had the inquest, half the witnesses didn't turn up. They said they hadn't been notified properly, they were on holiday, or they were here, or they were there. And Debbie, Jay's mum, asked the coroner, who was James Adeley, the same coroner who did the Nicola Bulley inquest. And, he's the head coroner for that area, or he was. I mean, he's retired now. Not sure if he's actually gone yet, if he'll be holding this inquest, because originally they said they were going to have this second inquest in September. So it's a little bit earlier than we were expecting. They do sort of just throw things, they don't give people a chance to prepare properly. I've only ever had one experience with an inquest, and you were told well in advance when the inquest was, told what was expected of you. This is like just, tomorrow there's an inquest. Even if you've got other plans or whatever, all odd, isn't it? But, we know that James Adeley just likes his fame on the telly. He's not the most reliable coroner, I don't think. He upsets quite often families of victims. We know someone personally that he upset, don't we? Becky Ramsey, when her son Dylan unfortunately died in a quarry, and he was nasty, positively nasty to Becky at the inquest. Anyway, I don't want to get into talking about him. First of all, I just want to say a quick hello to everybody, a quick thank you to everyone. Thank you. I'm going to take the banner off now, and we'll get into this. It's serious, of course. Everything we ever talk about is serious, but I'm just hoping, and I just want to say as well to Jay's family, friends, or whatever, if they're ever watching this, I hope you get the answers that you deserve today. I really do. My heart goes out to having to go through this endless nightmare. Especially my heart goes out to Jay's mum, Debbie, because she's the one waking up every morning, and he's not there where he was there before. That's where he lived. And although, of course, it's horrible for Warren and his brother, Zach, and everyone, it's worse for Debbie, because she, literally wakes up in the morning, her whole life has changed. He's not there anymore. And not only that, she took such a lot of hate. People hating her because of the GoFundMe, or because, she wasn't allowed to get nails done or do anything normal in life. She's supposed to just sit in a corner like a gibbering wreck, otherwise everybody hated her. So my heart goes out to her, and it was her, of course, who asked for these answers. She pleaded with the coroner, please, I want us to have this inquest when the witnesses, what's the point of an inquest if the witnesses aren't there? What's the point? So that's what we're going to talk about. So yeah, thank you to my members. Thank you to people who've sent me Ko-fis, sent super stickers, emailed me. Just thank you to everyone. I want to say hello to my lovely lurkers. There's probably a few new lovely lurkers on here. The Jay Slater case always creates a lot of attention. A young man like that dying in what were mysterious circumstances at the time. It generates a lot of interest across all age zones. Young people will be interested, older people, mums, people can think it could be their son, it could be their brother, it could be their friend. So Jay has touched a lot of people's lives, maybe some in a good way, in the sense of maybe he's taught some young people to be a bit more careful when they go on holiday into festivals where they're taking drugs and drinking, not to try walking home like a God knows how many hour walk across terrain that they don't even know, in a place that they don't even know. It's different when you're walking home in familiar surroundings, isn't it? Yeah, so thank you. So hi, lovely lurkers. Hi, loathsome lurkers. Kiss for lovely lurkers. Hi, replay crew. And now I'm going to come in the chat and say hello to everyone who's in the chat at the moment. And then I'm going to crack on, go into... Now, the thing is, obviously I'm not at the inquest, but there'll be probably Lancashire Live are there, Manchester Evening News, probably quite a few media outlets are there. And they'll be updating us through the day, and that's how I'm going to report this news. So there's not really another way that I can report it. And yes, you could read this yourself, but the thing is, people like to chat about it, don't they? So as far as my chat is concerned, I just want to give a few rules, which is we don't mention other YouTube channels. We're not disrespectful to anybody in the chat, especially if we've got nowhere. We can be disrespectful to people that for certain have done something terrible, people who've been charged, arrested, whatever, but no disrespect to Jay's family, Jay's friends, or anyone where there's no evidence that they have done anything. And I'm not going to call it out today or anything. I'll just be removing people straight away because, unfortunately, with the Jay Slater case, you do get a lot of nasty people sometimes. Most of my chatters, as we know, my regular chat community are very respectful of each other. If you don't agree with somebody else's view, just scroll on by. Or you just say, I don't agree. I mean, you don't have to go, oh, you're an effing idiot or whatever. Just have to say your views politely, respectfully. And then and really, in my opinion, the only views that matter are the families, really. Because as I've said before, it's not only Debbie, but all his family and friends. They're the ones missing Jay. My life hasn't changed because of what happened to Jay, except, I'm a little bit sadder, and I think about every time my son walks out the door, but basically my life hasn't changed. Okay, you move on to other cases, but for Jay and his family and friends, this is the only case. There is no other case, and Jay's gone, 19 years old, gone, never coming back. And never be more photos of him. He'll never fulfill his potential. And Jay was a young boy who had problems when he was in his about 15, 16, didn't he? It seemed to have worked through them. He was doing well. He was working, etc. And all that just cut short. So it's very sad. Okay, let's have a look at the chat and say hello to people that are in the chat. Yeah, I think. Hi, Emma. Hi, Bluebell. Hi to your boys as well. Hi, Lily. Hi, Annie. Yeah, prayers for Jay's family today, 100%. Hi, Julie. We'll see in a minute. Maybe it'll, when we go on to the Lancashire Live, it might tell us. Oh, thank you, Annie. Hi, Daniel. Yeah, it is the same coroner, I think, Emma, though he was supposed to be retiring, but we'll see in a minute. I think they've brought this forward, to be honest. Start has been delayed. His court is still waiting for people to arrive. Yeah, they're probably going around trying to round up all the witnesses again, but anyway. Let's have a look what's going on at the moment. It'll have it on Lancashire Live. Okay, what's... Oh, he is. He's still there. I knew he wouldn't miss this. He likes the limelight. James Adeley likes the limelight. He was originally, I remember when we watched the first inquest, they said it'd be around about September. But he's not going to miss out on this. I think he retires at the end of the month. Where are we? 24th of July. Doesn't he retire the 31st of July? He ain't going to miss out on being the coroner. A high-profile case, is he? He loves the attention. He's on the telly, isn't he? With the he does that sort of God, what's it called? He does like a series on the telly about cases that he's dealt with, etc. So he isn't going to miss out on this. You might know he's probably brought it forward so he can do it. So let's just read through to give a background, because there may be some people that are watching that don't know about this case. The family of teenager Jay Slater are finally hoping to get the answers they desperately seek as the inquest into his death resumes today. More than 1 year on from the tragic discovery of his body in Tenerife. So he was being searched, I think it was a month, wasn't it, more or less, that they were searching for him. It was the most horrible terrain, ravines, sort of place that even experienced hikers, why anybody would want to go and hike there is beyond me, because it's dangerous. You can see it's dangerous. But anyway, people like that sort of thing, don't they? And there was Jay and his trainers, like trying to, he didn't even know where he was going really, did he? But trying to get away from that Airbnb. And these are the questions, I think if I was Debbie, that's what I would want to know is, why did he go to the Airbnb? I'd want to, of course, talk to Ayub and Rocky. They were the last people to see him alive. Why did he go? I think there were drugs involved in that. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I mean, Ayub said, didn't he, that he said he had no key and he had nowhere to go. I don't know if that's true. Ayub and Rocky were going home, weren't they, the next day? Do you think they had any drugs left that they said to Jay, or they'll give him because obviously they won't want to be taking him on the plane, possibly? I don't know. We don't know. But that's what you'd want to ask Ayub. Why did Jay go back with you to the Airbnb? And why did he leave so abruptly in the morning? Now, people do that, I think. I've done it myself when I was young. Seems like a good idea at the time. Yeah, go back to someone's house. Yeah. And then you sort of get there, they go to bed. It's not what you think. They're asleep. You're still maybe buzzing a little bit. Not that I would have been buzzing from drugs, because I just never took them, but I would have been still maybe drunk, so I would have been drinking all night or whatever. I'm not staying here. I think I'll go home. And then off you go. Well, when you're in Manchester, where I was when I was young, just get a bus or a taxi or walk or whatever. But, in an area that but there's Jay in this, really scary area that even experienced hikers get lost in and fall down ravines. And there was Jay and his trainers. And anyway. So more than 1 year on, several questions remain unanswered. The 19-year-old from Oslo Twistle disappeared on the Spanish island after attending the Energy Musical Festival on June the 16th. The apprentice bricklayer was reported missing, and after a month-long search operation, which made headlines across the UK and Spain, his body was found a month later on July the 15th. Yeah, it was a month later. It was a long, agonizing time for his family. They went over to Tenerife, and it's a bit like the John George case, isn't it? It's bad enough searching for your missing child that has disappeared, but then you're in a foreign country. You've got the language barrier, the way the Guardia operate. They're so secretive. It will have been so difficult. They were searching for him themselves. It's lucky that they didn't. Warren and Zach, they were off there looking for him as well, weren't they? It was hot, just thought horrible. And so an inquest into his death began in May at Preston Coroner's Court. Now, remember, there's been an inquest in Spain. They've given their verdict, if you like. They think he died from the fall. So the British inquest was adjourned after a number of key witnesses who were with him on the night he disappeared or at the rental apartment failed to attend. The court heard they could not be traced or were unavailable despite extensive efforts to get them to come as witnesses. So Jay's mum, Debbie Duncan, tearfully pleaded with the coroner to adjourn the hearing so attempts could be made to track them down. She said the family still had questions for the last people to see him alive and asked the coroner to bring these people in front of us. And Senior Coroner Dr. James Adeley agreed to adjourn the inquest to make a final attempt to trace the witnesses. I don't think he tried very hard, do you? I don't think they tried hard at all to find the witnesses at all. And good for Debbie for standing up for herself. Okay, so, extra security again. He always drafts in extra. He did that with the Nicola Bulley case. It was totally unnecessary. And then everyone's complaining about the amount of money it's costing the council or whatever. Don't need extra security. What's someone going to do? Turn up and shoot someone? Maybe and now I've said that, I'm tempting fate, don't you? Anyway, extra security has been drafted in to police the inquest here at Preston Coroner's Court. A police car is also stationed outside. Ooh, a whole police car. Oh my God. As happened with the inquest into the death of Nicola Bulley, anyone who wanted to attend has had to apply, including members of the press. We don't know yet if any members of the public are being admitted into court, as there are limited seats. And there is a large group of Jay's family and friends still to come into court. I don't think the last one was like that, was it? I don't know. Anyway, according to Amy Fenton, why did the outstanding witnesses fail to attend Jay Slater inquest in May? Alice Warbrick, the coroner's officer, said the police had attempted to serve a witness summons on Lucy Law, a friend who was with Jay in Tenerife, but she couldn't be found. She was on holiday. Meanwhile, Brad Hargreaves, who also uses the surname Bradley Geoghegan and was also with Jay in Tenerife last month, was on holiday, which he had booked the previous October. And the other two witnesses, Ayub Qasim and Stephen Rokas, believed to be from London, could not be found, and police apparently had made several attempts to serve witnesses on Mr. Qasim and Mr. Rokas. And in May, the court heard that at least one of the two men had recently been in prison. So who do they mean? Do they mean Ayub? Because it wasn't recently, was it? It was 10 years ago when he was in prison, wasn't it? Anyway, never mind. See, they always talk about armchair detectives. They're trying to whip up mystery, aren't they? So Jay was discovered dead in the Juan Lopez ravine in Tenerife following a month-long search. So it's these four witnesses. Now, some witnesses did turn up, didn't they, at the previous one? Some of them did turn up. And they gave their evidence, which it might go into here. If not, I'll go in, I'll summarise the evidence that we did hear in May. I don't know if they're going to go through the whole thing right from the beginning again, or whether what was heard or whether this is like a continuance, or will we have to hear from the original witnesses again? Because originally we heard from the medical examiner. We heard from another friend, didn't he? Remember, that was quite... he said that Jay had sent him messages saying he'd stolen a watch, and he sent him a photo with knives down his shorts. And, we did hear from some of the witnesses, but it was these 4 that weren't there. So they did not give evidence at the inquest in May. And Jay's mum, Debbie, was especially keen to hear from the 2 men who had rented the Airbnb in Tenerife. And this is what Debbie said. I know you tried to locate them, but how can we ever get any understanding? We know he died. We know he had an accident. But from him leaving that holiday resort to going up there, we read the statements. There are things we want to question. We want these people in front of us. My son went on holiday and didn't come back. So there are questions we need to ask. And good for her, and it's true. I mean, she got no answers whatsoever, did she, at that previous inquest? And Mr. Adeley would have wrapped it up, wouldn't he? He would have wrapped it up. But Debbie, stood firm, said that. Oh, so apparently Lucy is going to give evidence via video link. Let's get some... I'll just check that there's not been... Oh, no, I'm on that. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking to myself. I'm just going to get Lucy's I'm just going to get some photos up. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let's get some photos up of the witnesses. Ooh. Of Lucy somewhere. So Lucy, Jay's friends, they're just young people too. There's Lucy, typical young girl on her Instagram, etc. And then Bradley, I've got a picture of him somewhere. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm just putting a few pictures in my gallery so I can show them as they come up. One more. Now, this is a 2-day hearing. I believe it is scheduled for today and tomorrow. Whereas I'm sure the original one was only scheduled for 1 day. So, because I remember thinking, how could it only take 1 day? Because if all the witnesses would have turned up, they wouldn't have been able to get through them all in 1 day anyway. Oh, it's not letting me put that last one up. Hang on a minute. Try again. Oh, come on. I can't find it now. Too many photos. Don't know whether it is. There it is. Okay, so this is Lucy. She's one of the witnesses that didn't turn up. And this is Brad, who's the other witness that didn't turn up. And I need to find... I'll leave his picture up there a minute. This, of course, is Jay's mum. This was her turning up at the inquest last time in May. She looked very sad, very solitary, I thought. And Jay's dad Warren turned up with Zach, his son. This wasn't at the inquest. This is, I mean, you've only got to look at this place where Jay went missing. I mean, it's a disaster, isn't it? Just a disaster waiting to happen. Let's go back to Lucy again. Now I want to get a picture up of Ayub. I've got a picture of him somewhere. Now we've watched Ayub talking. I don't think necessarily Ayub. I don't feel that there is foul play in this case. I don't, but that's just my opinion. Everyone's got their opinions. I'd like to know. I mean, according to what Debbie said, she doesn't think that either. She just wants to know how he ended up there in the first place. She doesn't seem to think that there was any foul play, except that. Why did he go up to that Airbnb and why did he leave so abruptly? That's what you'd want to know, isn't it? I think. I just need to got a picture of Ayub somewhere. I've got too many pictures. It's telling me to take pictures away, so I've got to take some other pictures away. And it lets you load up so many at a time. And I don't know if I've got a picture of Rocky. I will have a look, see if I can find him. So this is Ayub, of course, Ayub Kasim. He's the guy who drove to the Airbnb with Jay in the car, and also his friend Rocky, or Rocco, or whatever his name is. Let's have a look for a picture of him. And they're the other two that Debbie wanted to speak to. Oh, I've got a picture of the two. Oh, there he is. Now, of course, they were all very drunk, drugged, probably a combination of both. So it's probably not that clear to them that night. It's like when you go out, especially if you're in Ibiza or Tenerife or, totally, on holiday and that. Things aren't very clear, are they? Memories aren't very clear. I do think, that is a problem in this case, is, what happens when someone's been out for days partying and that. It gets unclear, doesn't it? And now we're a year on as well, so it's not going to be clearer, is it? If it wasn't clear a year ago, it's certainly not going to be any clearer now, I think. So this is Rocco, or Rocky, the other guy. So it was Ayub and Rocky that for some reason Jay went back to the Airbnb with. We don't know why, do we, really? But Ayub said he asked to go back because he had no key. Of course, we can't get Jay's side of the story. Now, I hope I didn't miss anyone coming in. I don't think I have. Hi, did I say hello to Angel? So the Slaters have got a barrister. So they didn't have a barrister last time, I don't think, or maybe they did. Of course, Nicola Bully's family brought in a barrister, didn't they? And that barrister fought for an accidental death verdict. And that's what they got, an accidental death verdict. That must have been what the family wanted. So now, I don't know what verdict do Debbie and Warren want? I wonder. What do Debbie and what verdict do they think will be justice? Do they think it should be an open verdict just in case something else comes up in the future? Do they want it to be an accidental verdict, or do they think there is some foul play? Now, the thing is, if there was foul play found to be involved, wouldn't even get as far as this inquest, I don't think. Because as soon as the coroner finds any evidence of foul play, they have to refer it to the police then. So, yeah. Hi, Joanne. So, yeah, I think, I don't think it would have got to this. But anyway, who knows? I mean, who understands these things? Better person than me if you understand how it all works. Let's just refresh the page. So where are we up to? So yeah. Oh, here she is. This her? This is Debbie arriving today, is it? Why is it flickering? There was a picture of Debbie there and it's gone. I don't know. It's flicking up and down this. It's getting on my nerves. Oh, Bradley's there. He's arrived. So he's there. Apparently Lucy. Oh, there's the mum arriving. So Jay Slater's mum, Debbie, has arrived at the Preston Coroner's Court, arriving with her own documentary crew ahead of the resumption of the inquest. Because there's a documentary being made, isn't there? An official documentary with the family. Wearing a green shirt and sunglasses, she arrived ahead of the hearing with several friends, some who carried photos of Jay. So she's there. She's got a documentary crew there. Unanswered questions. So what did we hear in May? So we heard from the toxicology expert, Dr. Stephanie Martin. And they heard that there were traces of drugs, including cocaine, ketamine and ecstasy and alcohol in Jay's body. Well, that's not a surprise. He'd been at a festival for days, so I think you'd be surprised if you didn't find any of that in his system. But of course, all that contributed. I think that's important because on that morning when Jay set out to walk home, if that's what he did, he wasn't really in a fit state, probably even if he was just walking through Manchester, or somewhere like a civilized place, a city or whatever. He wasn't. He was on this wild sort of expanse that didn't look that bad from a distance. And believe me, I know people that have done that, my own son included. You look over, because I live in Spain. Anybody who doesn't know, I live in Spain, not in Tenerife, but mainland Spain. And there are these, they're not ravines here, but they're called barrancas, and they are small ravines. And like if you stood, say, from my house and looked over at a certain point, like there's some mountains up the road, and you thought, oh, I could walk that. It doesn't look that far. I just cut across. This is what I think Jay did. I think he thought he could cut across to get down to the beach, get back to his apartment. But what he didn't realise, and it's the same here, as you set off, it's not like a road. It's not just like a paved road. And there's all sorts of bits of these barrancos. There might be some fences that you can't get through or over. There could be wild animals, even here where I live. There's all sorts of things that you might bump into. Snakes, they're not poisonous snakes, but at the end of the day, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't want one of them coming out at you because they're bloody massive. There's all sorts of things that you might come up against. And because if you stuck to the road, you could stick to the roads, but that takes longer, of course, doesn't it? Because the roads go round. And of course, you could get run over then as well. But you'd look and you think, oh, just cut straight across there, but you can't do that. And someone like Jay, who wasn't in the best state that morning, do you know what I mean? He might be young, fit, healthy, and a bricklayer and all this, that, and the other. But he'd been at a festival for days and he'd been taking drugs and drinking alcohol. So he had no water with him. His battery was on 1% or whatever. So it wasn't the best idea, was it, that he did? But the reason is, but the question is, why was he even there in the first place? And then Home Office pathologist Dr. Richard Shepherd said his post-mortem examination gave the cause of death as head injuries, and the teenager's body showed no evidence of restraint or assault, with the pattern of injuries consistent with a fall from a height. And that's Richard Shepherd. He's another TV, he's on the telly all the time, isn't he, as well? But anyway, it doesn't mean to say he's not a good pathologist. He's got a good reputation. But he agreed that was what the Spanish inquest found. Detective Chief Inspector Rachel Higson from Lancashire Constabulary said that police had analysed Jay's phone data. On the night out, he had received phone messages from friends telling him to go home as he was off his head. Phone location data suggested he travelled to the holiday flat and then left the property at around 7:45 the next day morning. Statements from local Spanish witnesses said they were approached and asked by Jay about buses or taxis to take him home. More messages from friends warned him about the boiling heat of the day, but activity data on his phone stopped at 8:51 a.m, suggesting the battery had died. And Marieke Krans, remember the Dutch rescue service? The charities, Signe, Zodekonden, Debbie got them involved, didn't she? They helped in the search. She said that the area where the body was found was about a 3.5-hour walk from the holiday apartment and was really steep, really dangerous, and it was easy to lose your footing. And the coroner told the hearing that one explanation for Jay's death could be that he's walked into the middle of nowhere and fallen off a cliff. And the other thing that I think it was her who said was if he was taken there and thrown off like some people believe, how would anyone have got him there? They said it wasn't a place you could hardly walk to on your own, never mind carry a body to. So I think you've got to bear that in mind as well. I don't believe that anybody else threw him over that ravine. I believe he slipped. That I do believe that. As I said, I'd just like to know why he was ever there in the first place. What else? Anything else has come up yet? No. Let's go this way. I'm going to get the Manchester Evening News one up as well. If anyone's got any sites to suggest, go ahead. Don't know what places it's live on. So Lucy's going to appear by video link. Lucy Law, that was one of his friends. Brad, he's his best friend, I think. He's actually there. Because the other thing these young people have had to put up with, whatever you think of him or don't think of him, people suggesting that they had something to do with him dying. I just don't see that at all. I really don't. I just don't know where that comes from. And then Jay Slater's dad Warren and his older brother Zach have arrived at Preston Coroner's Court. And of course, they both went out. It's very sad not to see all the family together, I think. I'd like to see Debbie, Jay and Zach all together. Why are they arriving separately? I'm not sure why that is. I know she's not with Warren anymore, that their relationship has broken down. But that doesn't mean to say they can't be united in justice for Jay, does it? Anything new? So this is what Coroner James Adeley said when I'm going to get a picture of him up in a minute. What picture? Have I got a picture up at the moment of anybody? Hi, Francesca. Hi, Pam. Yeah, I thought so, Emma. They didn't have any legal representative last time, did they? And this is going to, God, what's going to happen? It's like puts your heart in your mouth, doesn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, whatever happens, it isn't going to bring Jay back, unfortunately. Poor guy. So this is what the coroner, James Adeley, said when the inquest was adjourned in May. The question in any inquest is of how somebody comes by their death. The difficulty is in the interpretation. We could simply deal with Jay's death by the fact that he has walked into the middle of nowhere and fallen off a cliff. Addressing Jay's mother, Debbie, he continued, However, you wish to speak to the witnesses who last saw him. You have heard of the difficulties we have had trying to find those two witnesses. In view of your distress, they didn't care about Becky Ramsey's distress. He threw her out the courtroom. And your need for answers, we will make an attempt to find them again using whatever means we can. I am not confident of success, but I will do whatever I can. God, he's hanging on in there. He wants to be the centre of this. So the inquest in May, as I said earlier, the inquest in May was listed for only one day, and the court had heard most of the evidence when Jay's family requested it should be adjourned. But the resumed inquest is listed for 2 days, today and tomorrow, though it might not last that long. So yeah, it's better to list it for 2 days, and if they don't take up the whole 2 days, that's better than running out of time, isn't it? So although the coroner is officially retired, this could be his final case. Today's coroner is James Adeley, who has actually recently retired. He has returned to hear the resumed inquest into Jay's death under a piece of coronial legislation which allows him to do so, despite having recently retired. Yeah, in other words, he wants all the kudos, doesn't he? He wants all the attention. You know, this is the Nicola Bulley inquest guy, isn't it? You know, he's like, oh, he loves it. He's saving it up for his books and his TV programs. Now he's retired. He's going to need a bit of extra dosh, isn't he? He does make me angry, this man, because, you know, with Nicola Bulley, you know, I mean, I'm not going to go into the whole Nicola Bulley case all over again, but did seem weird that he found accidental death when there was no evidence of accident. And although there was no evidence of foul play or anything else, that's why it should have been an open verdict. And somewhere in the dark recesses of my channel, I've looked at other similar cases where open verdicts were given, where it can't be established if it was an accident, if it was self-deletion, or if it was foul play, that really any of those three scenarios. But he decided it on the balance of probabilities, as he said, and really directed by the fact the family wanted it to be accidental death. He found accidental death. Now, I'm sure that did make it easier for the family. It'll certainly make it easier for Nicola's two girls, I suppose. It's not nice to think their mummy might have deleted herself. It's not nice to think she might have been murdered. It's not nice to the fact that she's not there anymore. But I suppose accidental death is easier to live with. I don't know. So Lucy's going to give evidence via a video link. And there's Debbie. Yeah. So, yeah, she wants to speak to these witnesses. Extra security. So another thing that came up in the May inquest was there was a severe fracture. It was a head injury. The cause of death was a head injury, and a CT scan showed there was a severe fracture of the head. And the Spanish authorities also concluded that the cause of Jay's death was a severe traumatic brain injury. And, oh, that's right, Dr. Richard Shepherd said that even if Jay would have been found more quickly and admitted to a specialist neurosurgical unit, his head injury was so serious, it was highly likely he could have survived. The injury is so severe that death was either instantaneous or extremely quick, he said. You know, and the thing is, it is horrible to think of Jay lying there. You know, I hope he was unconscious or he died immediately, because it really is horrible to think of him just lying there, isn't it? Hey, Pam. Yeah, exactly, Emma. He wants to be part of this because he likes a bit of the limelight, doesn't he? You know, likes a bit of the limelight. Right, somebody was saying there, Lancashire Telegraph. If I put a few up and then I can go in between them. You know, it's funny, isn't it, really, when you think about it? Just a couple of years ago, Jay was just a lad from Accrington, had been through a bit of a bad time, you know, got involved in bad things and then was turning his life around. And now he's probably one of the most famous cases in British history. You know, it must be awful to find yourself thrown into that spotlight, really. Yeah, so it's according to the Lancashire Telegraph, courtroom's filling up, but it still hasn't started. So while we're waiting, the barrister has arrived in court. Yeah, barrister. So she's entered the court with her partner Andy. So Jay's mum Debbie and her partner Andy are now coming into court. Now, while we're waiting for the next update, I just want to show you Warren's TikTok. It's a shame, isn't it? So Warren had done quite a bit of TikTok and that, and then he seemed to go all quiet. And then here's something. Let me just show you this. I think this is, interesting. Where's it gone? Look, he put on this picture of Jay. Oh, his hair. I mean, he was adorable, wasn't he? These long curly hair. It's just a photo. Just must be awful to miss your boy like that. Thinking of you. So, and then this I thought was interesting. Silence doesn't always mean you have nothing to say. It may mean that you realize that no matter what you say, it won't change anything, and that sometimes silence is the wisest response. So I do think it's so difficult for these parents, for anyone who's involved, because, you know, if you do come out and say things on social media, you sort of get hung for that, don't you? And if you don't say anything, you get hung for that. It's like whatever you do, it's not right, you know. I don't think Warren was pulled over the coals as much as Debbie was. I think most of the hate at the time of Jay going missing was directed at Debbie. So they always direct it at the mother. Always. It's awful. It's really a weird sort of misogyny, because it's often women who do it more than men. Always blame the mother. What about the father? You know, there was so much hate put out towards Debbie. I don't think Warren got the same hate as Debbie did. And I'm glad he didn't. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he should have got hate. I'm saying Debbie shouldn't have got it either. No parent should get hate when their child is dead. Just ridiculous. Makes me angry, you know. Just leave them alone. Unless you've walked in their shoes, what do you know about what they're going through? Do you really think maybe, because the GoFundMe, it went quite high, didn't it? If somebody offered you sort of £90,000, but the only thing is you just have to, you never see your son again. Your son's got to die for it. Would you accept it? Thing is, the GoFundMe was there, for Debbie to do with what she felt was fit. And if you don't agree with it, just don't donate. I don't want people telling people to do what to do with money that they never even donated. Just doesn't make sense to me anyway. But there you go. There you go. There's not so queer as folk. No, it's like if somebody gave me €20 and I, I went and bought a pair of earrings or something. And then there's somebody it wasn't not the person who gave me the €20. Normally people, if they give you a tip or, I don't know, send you a super sticker or buy you a coffee, they say, oh, buy yourself something nice, or, go, maybe it'll be, sometimes it's for something specific. They're the people that are giving it you. They don't care what you do with it. They're giving it you because they appreciate you for whatever. And then, the people that haven't given you anything, they're not even a member, they're not even, they don't, all they do to contribute to your channel is probably sniping at you or maybe watching. I mean, at least watching is a contribution. They think they can tell you what to do with money that other people have given you. It's nothing to do with them. So that's how I feel about GoFundMes. I don't like GoFundMes because they always cause problems, always. But at the end of the day, it's not me who's donated. What right have I got to tell somebody else what to do with it? So let's see. So we're still waiting, I think. I think while we're still waiting, I'm just going to get some more ice. Still quite hot here in Spain. It's 28 degrees, but it's cloudy today and it actually looks as if it might rain. So I certainly hope so. Let's go on to this. Right. I have got all day today. Oh, Joanne. Oh, Joanne, people will be saying you shouldn't have done that. What should I buy with it? Should I buy a pair of earrings or? Joanne, thank you so much. You're very kind. Joanne's very kind. I better put my thank you on. But yeah, there'll be people out there going, grifter. But there you go. You never change people. That's what I've learned. If people are sort of consumed with bitterness, jealousy, you'll never change them. So it's not even worth trying. Can't find my little thank you video. Got too many songs on my, there it is. Thank you, Joanne. Very kind as usual. Thank you so much. Hi, Charlie. Yeah, we said that earlier. Pam, it's fine most of the year. Just July and August. Oh, it's been bad this year. It's very, very hot. In fact, I'm going to put my fan on. I'm going to go and get some ice. And then I'll put a nice picture. What shall I put up while we're waiting for some? Got another nice picture of, well, a little short video. Jay dancing. It's nice to see him full of life like that. I know he looks off his head. He is drunk. You can see that. You can see. But he's having a good time. That's the main thing. He is having a good time. I'm glad he had a good time. Bless him. God, when you think, oh, what was I talking about the other day or thinking about? And I thought, God, when you're 19, you really are stupid. It's like, not stupid, that's not the right word. You really do think you're invincible. The things, I was thinking about something that I did when I was 19. Can't remember what it was now, but there's that many different things that I did when I was 19. That now, if my son told me he was doing them, even at his age now, he's not 19, he's more in his 20s now. I'd be like, what? You did that, but I did it. We forget things we do. We think we're invincible. All we want to do is have a good time. We don't think anything can happen to us. Look, there he is. Just great. He's great. He's enjoying the music, enjoying the dancing. And yeah, he thought he could. I honestly think he thought he could just walk home okay. But I'd still like to know why he actually went to that place in the first place. What else can I put on while we're waiting? I'm going to put up a picture. Oh. So this was Debbie arriving last time at the inquest. Now, she was on her own then, I think. But it seems like she's with a partner this time. So that's good. I'm glad she's got some moral support. Right, so the inquest has started. So I'm going to go and get a drink, put it back onto this. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hi, Julia. Hi, Carl. Yeah, we saw that before. But thank you. Yeah, I haven't been on the Sun website, actually. I might try them as well, because what I'm trying to do is get a few websites up and then just go in between them. Right, I've got to go and get a drink. I won't be a sec. Okay, I'm back. Let me put my picture up. So, oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Meant to do that. Okay, so for those of you just joining us who maybe don't know, this is the second inquest for Jay Slater. It's been very delayed. It was supposed to start 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. UK time. It's only just getting underway now. Jay's mum, Debbie, is there with her partner and her documentary crew. So there's a film crew there. Who else is there? Oh, there's also legal representation there. They've got a barrister. I don't know if it's just for Debbie or if it's for the whole Slater family, like, you know, for Warren as well. Warren is there with his other son, with Jay's brother, Zach. Bradley has turned up. He's there in person. Lucy's going to give evidence by video link. Now, whether Ayub and Rocco are there, I have no idea. They haven't mentioned that on here anyway. They should be there. I mean, at the end of the day, they're the most important people to be there, really, because they are the people who saw Jay last. Well, apart from the Spanish people. Oh, look. Oh, here we go. Ayub Kazim will give evidence via video from another country. Dr. James Adeley says this is the resumed inquest into the death of J. Dean Slater that occurred in Tenerife, but he has been repatriated to Lancashire In my jurisdiction. Oh God, he loves it, doesn't he? He loves it. In my jurisdiction. And that is why this is being held here. And one of the two men who rented the Airbnb, Ayub Kazim, is due to give evidence via video link from a foreign country. And the other man, Stephen Rockas, has not been located. Now, I don't know about you. I mean, I don't necessarily think they had anything to do with Jay's death, but, you know, he can't say that he didn't know that people were looking for him to bring him to this inquest. How could he say that? It's all over the news. Anybody would tell him. Ayub would have told him. So I think he should be able to be prosecuted for that. I think if you asked to come and give evidence in a court, be it an inquest, be it a murder trial, be it whatever it is, you should be able to be prosecuted for not attending. You know, so why is Rocco not there, Stephen Rockas? So the coroner said Ayub Kazim is doing this of his own volition. As he is abroad, I can't compel him to give evidence. And the coroner has said that Lucy Law, one of Jay's friends, who is in Tenerife, is giving evidence via video link because of the condition that she is in. What does that mean? What condition is she in? Does it mean that she's so upset? Maybe it's because people have said terrible things about her. Because of the, or maybe it's because she's so upset. I don't know. Now, let's just have a look at a couple of these people. We had a look earlier, but of course there's more people coming now. So this is Ayub. He's the one who rented the Airbnb. He's going to appear by video link from another country. This is Steve Rockas. He looks intelligent, doesn't he? He's the person, just looking at him, they just think, God, I've heard him talking as well. You just think, does he even know his own name? Never mind, could he remember anything that happened a year ago? But he's the person who can't be located. He should be there because he is one, him and Ayub were the last two people to see Jay alive, apart from the Spanish lady that he asked about the bus times. So they should be there, shouldn't they? Anyway, they're not. So Bradley's going to, he's there. Bradley's there at the court. Lucy's going to appear by video link because of the condition she is in. I don't know what that means. What condition is she in? Anyway, that's what it says here. What else is, so he says a warning from the coroner. Oh, he likes his warnings as well. He loves his power, Mr. Adeley. He does. He likes to say, oh, I'm warning you all. This death has received considerable media conjecture and speculation. This court deals only in facts. This is what can be proved and what evidence is of certain events. This is not a forum for wild conjecture and speculation. That is not appropriate in the slightest. Well, I agree with him. As you know, if you follow my channel, there's been a lot of social media creators creating literally stories out of midair, saying all sorts of things. I mean, the things I've seen people say about Jay Slater, you just think, oh my God. And, you know, some people, unfortunately, they believe those things. I could do a video tomorrow and say, oh, Jay was seen being teleported up to the Starship Enterprise. Someone would believe it. It'd probably get loads of views, you know. But people put anything they want on the internet. And, you know, if it makes my content a little bit more boring than the more speculative and spectacular content, I don't care, because I'm not going to come on here and make things up. I'm not going to come on here and say things that can't possibly be true, but know that some people will lap it up. I'm just not going to do that. So, you know, that I'm not the channel for you if you want a channel that does do that. And, you know, it's lost me supporters. I know that people come on and they'll say, oh, this happened, that happened, and I just say, well, where's the evidence? And it's like, well, of course there's no evidence. Well, if of course there's no evidence, then you can't say it. or you shouldn't say it, especially if you're saying different, saying, oh, do you think that might have happened, or this could have happened. I'm talking about people that come on and say, oh, this happened, or even people were falsifying videos, weren't they? Actually, creating videos that were false. It was terrible, really. And I think I'd just say to those people, there's a bit of karma out there for you coming, because think how you would feel if that was your son or your brother or your friend. Not only you'd lost them, but all these horrible things were being said about them without any foundation whatsoever. So I won't do that. I mean, I'll question things, like I'm questioning why Rocky hasn't gone. He should have gone. Oh, Brad's giving evidence. Okay. So Brad, he's another one that's taken a load of stick, hasn't he? Brad says that after he, Jay and Lucy Law arrived in Tenerife, he and Jay put their bags in their apartment and then went out. They were drinking until 5 a.m. Sorry, I'm just laughing because have you ever done that? I've done that. You literally might as well not. You don't really need a hotel, do you? Because you're never there, are you? You might as well sleep on the beach, really, because you're probably only in the hotel about 2 hours. You just need somewhere to put your stuff. Have a shower when you finally sort of troll home. But really, yeah, you just you get off the plane, when you're that age. I've done it myself. You get off the plane, you get transferred to the hotel or the apartment or whatever, you put your stuff in, and then it's party time. Party time. God knows when you'll roll in again. And when you roll in, you just go to bed, don't you? Go to bed, you sleep, you wake up, you have a shower, and you go out and do it all again. So they were out drinking until 5 a.m. They met Brandon Hodgson, who had been friends with the other two men, Ayub Kasim and Stephen Rockus, known as Rocky, for some time. Now, Brandon gave his evidence, didn't he, last time? Did he? Was it Brandon who gave evidence? There was a young lad gave evidence, wasn't there, that had just met Jay. I think it was Brandon. In the first inquest. Brad says they all got on with Ayub and Rocky. We went to sleep, and the following day we went for some breakfast. They went to the music festival later that day that was due to start 10 p.m. that night. The coroner asked Brad what they did at the festival, and he says, drinking and dancing like you would do at a rave festival. And taking substances, no doubt. He's not going to say that to the coroner, is he? Well, yeah, drinking, dancing and taking illegal substances, Your Honour. But yeah, it just will have been one big party, won't it? So after the spending the night at the rave, Brad and Jay went back to their apartment at Paloma Beach and went to sleep in their clothes because we were really drunk. The following day, we had a pool party thing at the hotel. And then that same day, we had a do again that night. I mean, I'm just glad that Jay had a good time. If that was at least, it might have been the last good time he ever had, which is terribly sad, but at least he did have a good time from the sound of it. So this was our first boys' holiday. We might have taken it a bit too far. And Brad is asked how Jay behaved on the holiday and how much he drank. And Brad says, well, it was our first holiday as a boys' holiday, so we might have took it a bit too far. Well, they obviously did take it too far. There wouldn't be young people if they didn't take it too far. You're not going to go out at 19 on your first boys' holiday or first friends' holiday and not take it too far. I mean, just not, are you? That's just the way it is. And, people might look at older people and think, oh, they don't understand. We've all done it. We've all done it. I've done it. People older than me have done it. Just what young people do. And you know what? They've done it since time immemorial. They haven't just started doing it now. Maybe now they go further afield and do it, like to go to Tenerife. When I was young, people did go on foreign holidays, but it wasn't so commonplace as now. Probably would have gone to Blackpool and done it then, or Manchester town centre. Let me just check you're all okay in chat. Brandon. Yeah, no, Brandon's not there. I think Brandon gave his evidence at the last one, I think. Hi, Vicky. Hi, Carl. Yeah, I'm on Lancashire Live, Carl. This is Lancashire Live that I'm on, but thanks for that. So, what happened the day before Jay Slater went missing? Brad says that on the 16th of June, the day before Jay went missing, the group went out for drinks at about 6 p.m. and then met with Brandon and Lucy to go to the music festival. We were together all evening until we got to the festival when we split up because it was so busy, Brad says. Then Brandon says, Jay has been kicked out. I have gone out to try and get him back in, but they wouldn't let him back in. Don't remember hearing that before. So Jay apparently was so drunk he couldn't stand up. Now we could see that on that video. I might show that again in a minute. Inside the club, Jay was so drunk he could not stand up. But when the group met up outside, he was in a better state, Brad says. He wasn't as bad as when we were inside. Inside, everyone is clamped together. And you get out. Probably the fresh air. Probably when they went outside, maybe the fresh air made maybe the fresh air sort of cleared his head a bit. Well, let's just have a look. So we've got that video of him in the club. That was him out at the pool, but yeah. So this was the video of him at the club at that. So you can tell he is really out of it. But I'm surprised that they throw people out who are out of it, because surely nearly everybody in that festival is out of it. But yes, he was stumbling a lot, wasn't he? And but he's having a good time. So that's what Brad's saying. He was out of it, but then when they got outside, he seemed a little bit better. Look, he nearly falls over there, but then he recovers and carries on. Yeah. So Brad says he was so drunk he couldn't stand up in the club. So Jay Slater's pal reveals the extent of the drug taking on their trip. Brad says that Jay had taken ecstasy, so he does admit he'd taken ecstasy. Remember, this is all in his bloodstream as well. So the toxicology tests that were taken show that he had taken ecstasy and cocaine on the night of the 16th. Brad says he had also taken ketamine on the holiday. I mean, that's, he's lucky he didn't die of a drug overdose, really. I mean, it's a combination of drugs, isn't it, with alcohol and probably no food. But Brad isn't sure if he had taken it on that night. But Brad said Jay would be a 6 on a scale of 1 to 10 of drunkenness. So I think we can all agree he was in a pretty bad state, wasn't he? So just a reminder to people coming in, I should put it on a banner, but so that people get constantly updated. Brad is there. Lucy's going to appear on Video Link. Ayub's going to appear on Video Link. Debbie, Jay's mum, is there with her partner and also a barrister and also a documentary film crew. Warren is there with Zach, Jay's brother. Rocco can't be found. Won't be appearing, but Ayub is going to appear on Video Link. Who else? That's it, I think. In fact, I'm going to tap that into a banner so that it constantly shows at the bottom, because, you know, as people come in, who may have missed. Let's have a look. So, create a banner. I'm going to create a banner. So, right, so I'm going to put this information on a banner so that I don't have to keep repeating it as new people come in. There you go. Right, let's have a look if there's any updates on the other. I'm just going to put a few windows down. Oh, right, so something a bit different on. So this is, gosh. So Bradley. And this reporter, this is the Lancashire Telegraph, and they refer, every time you see BG, that's Bradley. So, Coroner, how long have you known Jay, and how did you first meet? BG, met him through another mate at the start of high school. Coroner, I understand you and Jay were staying together. Yes. Lucy Law staying in another flat. Yes, but she travelled with us. Brandon Hodgson in a third flat. He was living there. When you arrive, you land at 2 a.m. You took a taxi to the Las Veronicas area where you went drinking. We went to the apartment first, then we went straight out. Oops. When you went out, you were introduced to a couple of men you had not met before. Yes, we met Ayub Kazim and Stephen Rockus. Were there any problems in the group? No, we were all happy. You integrated with their group, you got on okay? Yes. What time did you go back to the apartment? About 6 a.m. We went to sleep, and the following day we had a festival. We went for some breakfast, chilled all day, and went to the festival. Then Adeley says, you're going to have to bear in mind I've never been to a rave festival. That probably won't surprise you. You'll have to fill me in on some of the details. That's fine. When you go to one of those raves, you drink quite a lot? Yes. On the next day, you attend a party at noon till about 6:30. Yes, there was a pool party at hotel. That same day, we had the other do again that night. On this occasion, on the 14th, you were with Jay, and on the 15th too. When he goes to one of these parties, how does he behave? How much does he drink? A normal amount. On the 15th, you were more reserved, didn't drink as much. During the day we didn't, but that night was probably when we drank the most. On the 16th, you went out around 6 p.m, the day before Jay goes missing. You meet Brandon and Lucy. Then you go to the festival. How much contact did you have with Jay on that evening? We were together on that evening, but it was that busy we all got split up. God, he must be a very quick typer, this guy. How's he managed to type all this as it's being said? Do you know what he was doing that evening? Brandon said Jay had been kicked out, so I went to get him back in. I stayed with him for a bit, then Lucy came out. What time was that? I don't know. What state was Jay in when he got outside? He wasn't as bad as he was inside. Inside, everyone was crammed together and it gets hot, but outside he was better. What's he like to talk to at that time? He was still under the influence, but we could still talk to each other and have a conversation. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk was he? Maybe a 6. Now, of course, I think as well that it's everybody's, when he said to him, how much had he drank or whatever, and he said a normal amount. Of course, everyone's idea of normal is different, isn't it? Some people can have 2 beers and they're wasted. Other people can, drink quite a lot. So I think that's quite relative, to be honest. Do you know if he took any drugs that evening? Yes. Do you know what? Maybe ecstasy pills. I think he knew exactly what he took. Did Jay take any ketamine? On the holiday, yes, but I don't know if he did that night. What about cocaine and alcohol? Yes. How was he behaving? If you'd sent him to the supermarket with a shopping list, would he have come back with everything? No, definitely not. Sorry, it's just my sense of humour there, because if he's a man, he's still, even whether he was drunk, sober, had a shopping list, whatever, he still wouldn't have come back with everything. Men don't, do they? Sorry, men. In terms of Jay, he can stand, he can talk. Is it going to be well thought out talking or social chit chat? Yes, social. He's a 19-year-old lad out with his mates. He's not going to get into a deep discussion about the meaning of life, is he? Did you go back into the club at all? Yes, when Lucy came out, I went back in. Lucy said she came out of the club at about 3:24 a.m. Would that fit with your sort of time scales? Yes, I think so. So you get to Sugar Reef. Are Ayub and Rocco still there? I can't remember. They didn't go to any of the festivals. They were just on the strip every time we saw them. So next conversation. You say at 5:30, Jay sends you a Snapchat saying he's going to be sleeping at Ayub's place. And Bradley says that wasn't his first Snapchat. What was the first one? Something about a watch. What was it about the watch? So there's all this about this watch, isn't there? That he'd taken a watch, but I can't remember what else. I didn't think anything else of it. That seems strange, doesn't it? Because surely if your friend told you he'd taken a watch, wouldn't you be interested? But anyway. Did Jay appear to be frightened or worried about anything at any time you were with him? No. From the tone of the Snapchat, did you get any sense he was in trouble? No. Was there anything else before the one he says he's going with Ayub and Rocco? No. You say it's around 5:30. Jay called you through Snapchat to say he'd be staying. You said you were worried and you told Jay you'd stay awake and wait up for him. We were with these lads for 3 days, so I trusted them. I didn't think anything of it. You stay up and watch TV, but then it jumps to 8:30 a.m. when you get a video from Jay. Was there anything you recall from around 5:30 to 8:30? We were talking back and forth. He was showing me a bed they'd made for him at their apartment. Was it a bed or something makeshift? I think he was just on the sofa. Did Jay appear to be upset at any point? No, not at that point, but he said he was going to come back down. Gosh, come back down. And that's what he tried to do, I think. So that's as far as it's got on there. I'll just come back in the chat, make sure you're okay. Yeah, I don't know, Pam, about the timestamps. Yeah, it says 12:27 p.m. on that last one, but that's more like, could be Spanish time, because don't forget I'm looking from Spain. I'm going on this website from Spain, so it might put the hour on. So that 12:27 p.m. might, because I'm looking at this website from Spain, which is an hour in front. So that could be why. So just to say, Charlie's sexy. It's true though. You know it's true. You know that it's true. Bye, Alfie. So this is going to go on quite a long time. So there might be a few of you coming in and going out. So I'll try and remember to say goodbye or hello or whatever. But if I don't be insulted. So let's see what Lancashire Live makes of that. So that was the Lancashire. Right. So Jay was so on the Lancashire Live, it's got the proper timestamps on it, 11:27. I think on that other one that I was on, it was given the Spanish time. Anyway, so Jay was giddy. We were just having a laugh. Brad says Jay was giddy. We were both just having a laugh with each other. He says that Lucy came out of the club at around 3:25 a.m. and the group then went to a club called Sugar Reef. Ayub and Stephen weren't with the group in the festival, as Brad says. They didn't come to the festivals. And then Jay sent this Snapchat to Brad, saying taking a watch. He then sent another Snapchat to Brad, and he said he was going back to Ayub's and Stephen's Airbnb. And he said he trusted them. He didn't worry about him going back with them. Now, then this is that Snapchat call where he apparently was walking down the road. So I don't know if you remember. God, my voice is going to give out. But this is what's always been said, that the first time Jay Snapchatted, called him, he was laughing and joking, oh, look where I am, and and he told him to get a taxi, didn't he? That this is what was said previously. He said to him, get a taxi. And I don't know if he had no money, but they said they would pay for it when he got home. That's what you'd tell him, wouldn't you? Just get a taxi. And even if you didn't have any money, you'd say, just get a taxi, get out there, get home safe, and we'll sort it out. With the taxi driver, we'll go to the cash point, or we'll get your mum to send the money or whatever. So he said he was walking down the road and he said, I'm going to come back. And Brad says, at that point, I might have been feeling a bit worried. He said, I'm going to come back down. And he was asking if we had any drinks left at the apartment. So he still wanted another drink. That's it when you're on holiday, when you're 19. God, I would have just, collapsed at the roadside by now. So going back to the subject of the watch, it's been widely reported that Jay had admitted stealing a Rolex watch. However, Brad says, I didn't think anything of it because there are a lot of people selling fake stuff on the strip, loads of watches. God, I wouldn't have a Rolex watch if you paid me. There's always someone trying to steal it or problems with it. So in the video, Brad says Jay was wearing shorts and a T-shirt. He told Jay to check the maps on his phone to see how far away from the Paloma Beach apartment. He said, 14 hours walk or an hour's drive, that must be. I said, wow, why are you so far away? Get a taxi back. He then said, I'll ring you back, and that was the last time I spoke to Jay. And another thing that I think people rely too much these days on their phones, like, for locations and finding your way place. They ask Siri for everything, or, years ago, I think probably wouldn't have even attempted to make that walk because you wouldn't have been able to look on your phone how far away it was. And maybe when he looked on his phone, maybe it didn't show all those ravines and everything. It just showed, you could see from the coverage I've seen of that. I thought straight away he thought he could just walk across there. There was that like dip, wasn't in the middle where the sea was. I think Jay was just thinking, I'm just going to cut across there. Just going to cut across. That's where that's the sea, that's the beach, that's where my apartments are. It'd be easy. And of course, he didn't know what the terrain was in between. I honestly do believe that, but so let's have that on the Lancashire. Sorry, I didn't share with the Lancashire Live, but we're back to the Telegraph now. The next thing you get is a video call from Jay walking down the main road. Oops, where's that gone? What was it like? He was asking if I had any drinks left in the apartment. He said he'd ring me back, and that's the last time I spoke to Jay. Lucy spoke to him after. You said he was walking down the road and there were white blocks at the side of the road. Does that accord with your thoughts? How did he come across in the video? Still under the influence? He was a lot better, but he was definitely still under the influence. He was in a better way than when I saw him on the strip. And what sort of effect does the alcohol mixed with the drugs have on you? It's just a buzz. Does it make you feel more confident? Yes. In terms of your confidence, do you think about things carefully? Not when you're mixing with other things. Do you become more impulsive? Yes, I'd say so. So you can see where Adeley's going there. He's going towards the fact that Jay had this sense of omnipotence because he'd been drinking, taking drugs. He thought he could walk it easy. And that's probably true, to be honest. What was Jay dressed in? A grey and green set, shorts and a T-shirt. During the call, when you're talking to him, what did you tell him to do? I said, put your maps on to see where he was. It was a 14-hour walk or a 1-hour drive. So I said, get a taxi back. And then he said he'd ring me back. Do you know if he had money for a taxi? He did at the apartment, but they won't let you in the taxi without paying first. That must be just young people, is it? Is there any, they're probably used to people doing a runner. Is there any way that if he phones you, you can pay? I was under the influence as well, so we didn't think like that. That's a shame because I'm sure 100% you could. You could pay by Zoom or by over the phone, by card. I'm pretty positive you could do that if they would have thought about that. It's a shame, isn't it? But I didn't know that the taxi drivers wouldn't let you in unless you paid them first. And that must be just young people because that's never happened to me in Spain. You get in the taxi, you pay at the end, just like you do in the UK, or you used to. So during the period between 5:45 and 6:45 a.m., did you get any posts from Jay about watches? No. So the only one you got was the one you can't really remember? Yes. Did Joshua Forshaw mention any unusual messages he received? No. So did you know anything about knives down trousers? No. Has anyone actually, was that an actual photo that people have seen? did anybody anywhere seen? Oh yeah, he's going to definitely, Emma. It's going to be accidental death. He does ask leading questions. Oh, Charlie, the bank stopped his card. Has anyone actually seen that photo of the knives down trousers? Apparently Josh deleted it. Well, I don't necessarily think it existed then, because why would you delete it? Why would you delete it? Yeah, we don't know if Rachel is with Brad. Well, I don't know if Rachel is there with Brad. It's a shame we don't know anybody actually at the inquest. But this inquest, I mean, they didn't announce it with much warning, did they? Again, I think that's deliberate. But, Mr. Adeley, that's what he does. He is asking leading questions. It's going to be accidental death. 100% I could give you the verdict now. I remember watching the... doing this same thing that I'm doing here with Jay Slater's inquest, and it's on my channel, the whole Nicola Bulley inquest. If you want to watch it from start to finish, I covered every minute of it. And I did know somebody was there, a couple of people actually, that were sending me information and things people had said. And of course, it's been a while since then, and we've dissected it since. But from the first moment that Dr. Adeley said to someone he was talking to, one of the family, I think, he said, would you say Nicola was a holiday swimmer? A holiday swimmer. That's how he referred to it. And as soon as he said that, I thought this is going to be accidental death. Because why did he say that? What difference does it make whether she was a holiday swimmer or not? What the hell? Didn't matter if she was an Olympic swimmer or a holiday swimmer or she couldn't swim. She'd ended up in the water somehow. And he didn't know how she'd ended up in the water. So it should have been an open verdict. Doesn't matter whether she was a holiday swimmer or what she was. But as soon as he said that, I thought, this is where he's going with this. He's going to be called. He knows his verdict before he even starts his inquest. Dr. Adeley. All this really, I mean, I'm sorry, but it is a bit of it's just grandstanding. It's just a show. He knows what his verdict's going to be. You could give the verdict now. His verdict is going to be accidental death. Could go on for 2 days. It could go on for 2 weeks. Dr. Adeley is asking his questions geared towards the verdict he knows he's going to give. And he did exactly the same with Nicola Bulley. It's not right that, And he did it with Becky Ramsey's case, with her son Dylan. She was trying to challenge the victim, so the verdict. So hers was a different case from Nicola's case, because Nicola's family wanted that verdict, didn't they? But with Becky Ramsey and her son Dylan, she wasn't happy. She knew it was going to be accident. He called accidental drowning on her son Dylan, but she felt there was more to it, and she felt there were questions. So she was like the opposite. She had questions, but he never gave her another chance like he gave Debbie another chance, because it didn't fit in with what his narrative was. So he got angry with Becky Ramsey, the mother of a dead child. So he got angry with her and practically threw her out the courtroom because she wasn't sort of accepting his narrative. I mean, he's not, to me, that's not what a coroner's about. A coroner is there to establish the facts, not there to go into it thinking, I know what the verdict's going to be, but let's go through this charade of listening to all the evidence. But I know it's going to be accidental death anyway. So I haven't got any faith. I haven't got any faith in Dr. Adeley. I think it would have been better with another coroner, one that's maybe not so fame hungry as well, on the telly. and, not so ego driven, it would be better. But anyway. Hi, Kylie. Who's at the inquest? Aldon. Who's Aldon? Sorry, maybe I'm being thick, but I don't know who Aldon is. Yeah, Teresa. Adeley is giving Brad the answers, guiding him. Yeah, I agree, Emma. They should have brought the new coroner in to do it with some, with an open mind, as you say, setting the scene. And, I do believe that, I mean, for what it's worth, I do believe that Jay had an accident. Personally, that's what I believe. But it's not about what I believe, it's about the facts. He said it was about the facts. But he's going into this with an agenda, with a narrative. You're supposed to go into an inquest, with an open mind and establish the truth, aren't you? Just odd, So anyway, what can we do? I have no idea. I don't know who Aldon is or Duncan. I don't. Sorry, no offense, but we don't mention. All right, no, don't mention other YouTubers on my channel. That's one of the laws. Because I don't like to get into trouble, so I'm deleting his name. Sorry, because I don't know who he is. 2, I never talk about other YouTubers on my channel because I don't like the drama that sometimes happens with other YouTubers. So it's just one blanket rule that I have. So it's no offense to him, whoever he is. I've no idea who he is, or anybody, or to anyone who's mentioned him. You can say another podcaster or another YouTuber, but not names, please, because I will delete it. So just to avoid drama. Sorry, Teresa. No, I know. I asked who it was, and then I didn't have a clue. Julie, yeah. Ideally, it should be an open verdict. It should be, because, I mean, having said that, it sort of should be. But anyway, I don't know. I'm not saying that I don't think it should be an accidental verdict. What I'm saying is, it shouldn't be decided before you even hear from the witnesses. Do you know what I mean? It's like maybe after other people have listened to it, they'll think, oh yeah, it should be an accidental verdict. What I'm saying is he's aiming it towards the, it's like if you sort of, you start off with a case and someone's guilty of murder and you think they're guilty. So you're aiming the whole trial towards them being guilty. That's not the point of the trial, is it? The trial is to establish, you have to start on the premise that they're innocent. And then if you think they're guilty, you have to prove it. And that's the same with an inquest. Like when my ex-partner deleted himself, everyone knew it was self-deletion, or, we still had to have an inquest to establish it. And the judge had to, ask questions. I had to give evidence. Lots of people, it was very traumatic, but they have to prove that it was, you can't just say, oh, that's what it is. You've got to prove it, haven't you? So, yeah, got to prove it. So, yeah. No names of the podcasters, please, because I'll just delete it straight away. So it's pointless even putting it up there. No names, please. Okay, so he didn't mention anything to Brad about knives down his trousers. Were you present during any calls Jay made to other people? No, not that I remember. At any point, with Jay or during calls, did you get the impression he was threatened or in a difficult situation? No. He's walking along the main road when you talk to him, and you knew he's gone to stay with Ayub and Rocco. Did he say why he'd left the apartment? And Brad says, because he wanted to come back to the apartment we were at to carry on drinking. I think he probably got where they were, sobered up, and thought, why have I come here? You know, I think that's probably quite likely, to be honest. I've done that a million times years ago. Yeah, let's go back party and that. And then you get and you think, what the hell am I doing here? I should have gone home. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Anyway, so you didn't get the sense anything untoward had happened to make him leave? No. So again, you know, it's the way he's asking the question. I'm not saying it's wrong to ask that question, but shouldn't you be saying just, why do you think he left? Why do you think he left? Do you think he was scared or worried? Not so you didn't think he was scared or worried. You know, you're practically telling them the answer. Anyway. So Lewis Norris is asking Bradley. So this is the barrister. When you talk about going off to the festival and talk about Sugar Reef, where are they in comparison to each other? 3-minute walk. And where is Energy? They are different places. You told the coroner how Brandon introduced you to Ayub and Rocco. Had you ever met them before? No. There was a reference to somebody being introduced to you as Johnny Vegas. Is that Ayub or Rocco or neither? That's Ayub. Ayub mentions a Snapchat taken of him and Jay. Do you remember that? Yes, I took that. When you talk about the festival, when does it start? The day after we arrived. No, see, he's asking questions in a proper... That is a question. He's not saying... And the festival started on such and such, did it not? You know, he's asking him the question. Do you remember which night the Snapchat was? He's not saying, and the Snapchat was the Friday, wasn't it? You know, that's a leading question. He's asking proper questions. Then he has to lead it. You had met Ayub and Rocco at least once before then? Yes, he should have said, had you met? I should have been a lawyer, I think. Anyway. So at Sugar Reef, there was you, Brandon, Lucy and Jay, and Ayub and Rocco. There's a reference to a bottle of cognac being bought. That's at Sugar Reef before the festival. You then go to the festival? Yes. Then that's when you learn Jay has been kicked out. A bit after, but yes. Lucy talks about Snapchat being sent to your location. Do you recall it? No, but I remember taking a screenshot of his location and sending it to Lucy. You go to the festival and then back to Sugar Reef, is that right? Yes. Do you remember if Ayub and Rocco were there the second time? Possibly, but I'm not sure. So Jay said, I'm going to stay with these. Who? Ayub and Rocco. You, Brandon and Lucy went for food. Lucy went to find Jay and didn't find him. You then found him on the strip straight away. Who with? I'm not sure. Do you remember seeing Jay on the strip? Yes. After that, you get a call from Jay saying he's staying with Ayub and Rocco's house. Do you know where that was? I didn't know until he turned his location on. From the point he's saying he's going, did he send you a location during the car journey? No. Are you sure? I'm sure. Do you remember any more than I'm going to their house? No. There is reference in your statement to people called Lyth and Leo. Do you remember Jay being with them? No. You told the coroner you got a Snapchat about a watch. When you spoke to Jay, had you seen that? No. Did you know anything about the watch when it was in the vehicle? No, apart from what that Snapchat said. When did you receive that? Before or after the call? I can't remember. Did you and Jay speak on the phone about that watch? No. The picture all over social media is the only one you saw of the watch, and there was no further discussion? Yes. You said that when he rang you, you were worried. Why? He said he was going to sell a watch, which isn't a great thing to do abroad. And why would you not ask him about it then? I was under the influence of drugs. I'm just coming back, make sure you're all okay. Hi, Lindsay. All okay? I think you're all okay. Yeah, I think the lawyer sounds quite good. Do you think? What do you all think? That's okay, no problem. It's good to, he sounds like at least he's asking the right questions. And I expect Debbie and Warren, or just Debbie if he's employed only by Debbie, whoever's, he's employed by, they'll have given him a list of questions to ask. It's good. Yeah, who's Lath and Leo? They're new, aren't they? Never had anyone mentioned called Lath or Leo. So when you have the video call when he's walking on the road, was he walking uphill or downhill? Downhill. Did you see a watch on the video call? No. Did Jay give you any reason he was going with Ayub? He said on the Snapchat he was going to sell a watch. So do you think he was going to sell them that watch? If there was a watch, maybe they said they would buy it. Can you tell me everything you know about the watch? The Snapchat only. What did Brandon tell you about the watch? He didn't tell me. I've heard this, but he said he saw a watch. Is there anything further you want to say? Oh, I think personally, Brandon should be questioned further as he knows more about the watch. This watch keeps popping up, doesn't it? I've got to say, the watch. Leo is Leo McDermott. I don't know who that is either. This watch. Yeah, he did, Carl. He did throw Brandon under the bus saying he needs questioning about the watch. This watch keeps coming up again over and over again, doesn't it? No, am I just imagining it? It was mentioned in the last inquest. Oh, well, that's interesting, Lindsay, because Leo is an Icelandic name. I had an Icelandic student called Leo. It's a very popular name in Iceland. So, but I've never heard of either of them. And I've followed this case, rather than I have followed it. I've never heard of Lath or Leo. Hey, Joanne, don't worry. It was many, many years ago, and it's a long story. It's in my book. If you ever get, it's a long story, but it's fine. Honestly, it's many years ago. But do know a little bit about how inquests work. Yeah. Hi, ACW. You've missed quite a lot, unfortunately, but maybe you put it back on. That's just been a very interesting exchange between Brad and because Debbie has taken a solicitor with her. So Debbie's solicitor was grilling Brad, and I think this watch just keeps popping up, doesn't it? So what basically Brad has said, ask Brandon about the watch, hasn't he? So one more thing that's come through. When did the commentary about selling a watch come in? And Brad said, when I got back to the apartment. When was that? I'm not sure. According to your statement, you leave the bar around 5 a.m. You get a Snapchat around 5:30 a.m. where Jay says he's going to be sleeping somewhere and they bring him back about 12 p.m. Oh, they will bring him back around 12 p.m. I mean, I think what he's trying to get to, isn't it, is why this is the fundamental question. Maybe it won't affect the end result of it being accidental death. I still don't believe that anybody actually murdered Jay. But there is definitely something that's not being, what's the word? There's something that's not come out. This is the reason why he went back there. Did he go there to sell the watch? Did Ayub say to him, oh, I've got cash at the house, come back and I'll buy the watch? You know, or is this watch a bit of a red herring about everything? You know, but there's, to me, I think Debbie, and I would be exactly the same, she wants to know, she's had to accept her son is dead. He's not coming back. I think she's probably accepted that he had an accident. But I think what she wants to know was, why was he even there? Why was he there in this Airbnb right up in the mountains with two guys that he'd only known for 3 days? And why is Rocco? Oh, by the way, Rocco is not turned up. I should add that to the banner. Let's see. I'm going to add that to the banner. Yeah, there's definitely. I'm just going to add to the banner because then when people are coming in, I just want to add that. So Rocco or Rocky or whatever his name is, Stephen Rock. What's his name? Well, I'll just call him Rocky. Rocky could not be located. That's suspicious to me. Now, if Ayub's going to speak it by video link from another country, that's good. That's good. At least he's going to speak. But why is Rocky should be made to speak? Because he and Ayub were the last two people to see Jay. So where is he? And why doesn't he want to just do the right thing? I've got to save it. I'll put that banner back up. So yeah, anyone who's just coming in, we're listening to Brad give evidence at the moment. Let's just look at the pictures again of them. The person currently giving evidence is Brad, and he is actually there. He is actually there at the inquest. At some point, Ayub will be giving evidence by video link. He's apparently in another country. This guy, Rocky, he cannot be located. He's not come forward. And Lucy is going to be giving evidence by video link because of the condition she's in. Do you think she's pregnant? Do you think she's pregnant? That is exactly what the coroner said. She's giving evidence by video link because of the condition she is in. But he didn't elaborate on that. Presumably we'll get to find out. What condition is she in? Anyway, and at the inquest is Debbie, this was actually a photo of her at the last inquest, but she's there in a green top today, and she's accompanied by a barrister. She's accompanied by her partner, and she's accompanied by her documentary film crew for the documentary that's being made. Also there is Warren, and he's there with Zach, his son, his other son. So just to give people a bit of a refresh of what's going on. Just make sure you're all okay. I don't know that she is pregnant. Just seems a funny thing to say. Yeah. Yeah, but Bluebell, she's going to give evidence. She's just going to give it by video link. She's not going to give evidence. You know, I don't know. Yeah, maybe, Annie, maybe she's talking about her mental health. Maybe she just didn't want to be there because everybody hates her so much. But I still think that's a strange thing to say because of the condition that she's in, don't you? Carl, I just want to disagree with you there, because he just said that Ayub is Johnny Vegas. Ayub is Johnny Vegas, not Brandon. I just want to point that out. I think he just said it there. Let's have a look. Oh, so Ayub Kazim is next to give evidence, and he's given evidence over a video link. Oh, we'd all like to be there to watch that, won't we? Ayub, I mean, at least he's there giving evidence. But I'm pretty sure Brad said earlier. Can anybody else remember? I'm pretty sure that he said that Johnny Vegas was Ayub. Anyway, never mind. I haven't got time. I've got to go and have a quick bathroom break. A 9-second one like Erin Patterson and that other case we were covering. I'll be back in a sec because now Ayub is going to give evidence. Yeah, it would be good to watch it live, wouldn't it? Would be good to give it live. Might be back in a sec, literally. Well, more than a sec, couple of minutes. And then we're going to hear what Ayub, finally, hear what Ayub is. I mean, I have watched interviews with Ayub, but it'd be interesting to see. So it's going to, you know, that, sorry, that's not the one I meant to put on, is that one? Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Ayub being questioned by the barrister. So yeah, go make yourself a cup of tea or whatever, because I'll be back in just a couple of minutes to read out what Ayub has to say. Won't be a sec. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. I think we've all been waiting for this. What has Ayub got to say? Yeah, know what I mean, bro. Annie, I think Rocky was there because there was a photo of him, wasn't there, in the car, I think? But anyway, let's see. Sorry, I was just checking the chat. I'm going to have a look, go into it now. Yeah, how will Dr. Adeley understand Ayub? Anyway, here we go. Oh, I'd love to see this video. It's so annoying that we can't see it because, you know, when someone's talking, you want to, you know, see their face and judge them in that way, don't you? You know, it's hard when you've got it like, you know, third hand like this, just a transcript. It's not the same as seeing someone's body language. Okay, so the coroner says, I understand you're in Tenerife at the time of the Energy Festival. Ayub, yes, bro. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yes, bro. You know, look, I shouldn't make jokes. It's just my black sense of humour. Sorry. It's you know, you could just imagine him saying yes, bro, can't you? But you know what? He's not a stranger to court. Ayub's been to court. He owned up to what he's done. That was a very interesting interview with him and his friend, another podcaster. Very interesting. They were in prison together in Cardiff. And, you know, I thought Ayub, you know, obviously he talks the way he talks because that's, you know, who he is and where he comes from. But he was very honest. He said he doesn't want to go back to prison. He doesn't want to get involved in things because he doesn't want to go back to prison. He's been to prison. He didn't like it. Anyway, we'll see. So you understand I'm interested in Jay Slater and what he was doing at that time. When did you arrive in Tenerife? First and foremost, I want to send my condolences to Jay and his family. Oh, bless. When did you arrive in Tenerife, please? You know, I do really feel that Ayub has got, it gets painted worse than he is because of his background, because of where he comes from, etc. And, you know, the way he talks and this, that and the other. People judge people on that. But anyway, I don't necessarily think he's a bad person, but we'll see. When did you arrive in Tenerife, please? Around 3 or 4 days before the festival. Did you know Brandon Hodgson? Yes. For a long time? For a little while, to where I could call him a friend. According to the witness we just heard from, they fly in on June the 13th and they meet you on the strip. Does that accord with you? Yes, I recall meeting them a few days before the final night of the Energy Festival. They say he went drinking on the strip on June the 12th. Is that when they would have met you? There was a time when I met them on the strip a couple of days before the final night of the festival. You met up with Jay, Brandon and Lucy in Sugar Reef, and there's a video of you, Brandon and Jay drinking from a bottle. Is that right? I wasn't drinking. I did take a selfie with them though. On the 14th, you didn't go to the festival with them? I didn't go, but I went with my friend Rocky separately. You met Jay on that occasion. Did you get on well with him? I don't really remember seeing him there. So, who was there on the 16th? Me, Brandon, Lucy, Brad, Rocky, a couple of my other mates. You discussed what you're going to do later in the evening. What did you do? We watched the England match. Then we went to a coffee shop afterwards. Me, Jay, Brandon, Rocky, Lucy and Brad went looking for something and it wasn't there. Wonder what? What? Went looking for what? We came back downstairs. Jay and Brad slipped off somewhere. Me and Rocky went to the kebab shop next door, waiting for them. Oh, you can't be a kebab, can you, at the end of the night? Brandon and Lucy said they were going to get ready for the event that night. Then when Jay and Brad came out, we went back to Sugar Reef. Rocky bought a bottle of cognac and it was getting towards night time. I wasn't really a fan of the energy music. It was too hectic for me. So don't forget, Ayub is older than them. He's 10 years older, at least 10 years older than them, isn't he? Me and Rocky chilled with Brad and Jay. We then went off to Papagayo. Me and Rocky then slipped off. There was a couple of performances there. Now, I do think with Ayub as well, because he was in prison for 10 years, from when he was a teenager, he's like a teenager now, isn't he? It's like he stopped in time. So although he's 30, he doesn't act like a 30-year-old, but he lost 10 years of his life. So it's like, I don't know, it's like he's hanging around with teenagers. You know, that's unusual, don't you think, for a 30-year-old, 30-odd-year-old to hang around with teenagers. I mean, it's not unheard of. I'm not saying, you know, at the end of the day, he's not, you know, if he hadn't been to prison for 10 years, maybe by now he'd have settled down and have kids and he'd have a different circle of friends, wouldn't he? But, you know, really, Ayubi sort of never grown up, has he? That's how it feels. They act like kids. You know, that doesn't mean he's a murderer or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he's quite childish. I've thought that a few times when I've watched him being interviewed. He talks about his mum a lot and think, you know, it's like, even, you know, it's like he lost all that time. So is he still a little bit childish? You know, why would you be hanging around with 19-year-olds? Okay, that one hasn't updated yet, so I'm going to have a look at the Lancashire Live one. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything. Oh, is so? Oh, look at that. So, Ayub Kazim now giving evidence and is immediately warned by the coroner. So, Mr. Kazim is being warned by the coroner. He attempted to talk about the kids dying in Palestine. First and foremost, I want to send my condolences to Jay's family. Now, notice on the other side, they didn't go on to say the other bit. I want people to also think about the kids that are dying, at which point he was interrupted and told by the coroner, you're not here to make political statements. Now, I agree with that. I agree with Ayub about the kids dying in Palestine. I must admit, sometimes I look at that and think, why is the world just closing its ears to that? It's just never mentioned, is it? It's mentioned a lot on Sky News, but it's like nobody does anything. All these governments, I mean, the Spanish government and I think the UK government now, they've all joined together. You know, there is genocide what's happening in Gaza. And, you know, and I'm not being political or religious. I don't take anyone's side except for innocent children dying. Netanyahu is anyway. Now I'm doing what Ayub was trying to do, but yeah, I agree with the coroner. It's not a place for political statements. Ayub has got a forum. Ayub has got a TikTok account. Any TikTok Ayub puts out, he can talk about. You know, he's going to gain attention, so he can do that on his own social media accounts because people are following him because of maybe the Jay Slater case. But at least it gives him a forum. You know, so he shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have brought it into, because it is about Jay, this. But I agree with him for his what he says. Just this is not the right place for it. That's all. So he's been told off by Mr. Adeley. Anyway, so I don't think there's anything else different there. Let's go back to the other one. Why has it gone quiet? I'll go back to the chat. See if you're all okay. Hope you're all okay. I think you are. Hi, Warwick. Well, we're going in between two. We're going in between Lancashire Live and Lancashire Telegraph, but there's probably other places that are doing a live. There's probably other newspapers that are doing live updates. It's not videoed, unfortunately. Live on there. Yeah, you shouldn't have made a Palestine speech. Hey, Jay. Yeah, we don't talk about other YouTube channels. I've just, sorry. No other YouTube channels to be mentioned, please. And, it's the same people that are doing it all the time. And if you keep on doing it, I'm just going to ban you. So I don't want to keep having to look to see if you're mentioning YouTube channels or not. So next time you mention other YouTube channels, you're just off and that's it. Sorry. I've told you the rules. And if you can't stick to the rules, then best go and watch their channels. Maybe they're doing a live about it. That particular one that was mentioned then makes things up all the time. Total liar. Should get him up in front of a barrister. So seriously now, next person who mentions another creator, I have given a warning. This is my last warning. I don't mention other YouTube channels on my channel. That's one of the rules. If you can't stick by that rule, all my regular chatters don't seem to have a problem with it. But if you're just on here for this and you just want trying to promote other YouTube channels for your own ends, you're just going to get banned the very next time. So I'm just telling you that now. Yeah, Joanne, this is what we're trying to work out. Brad said that he left the Airbnb because he just wanted to go home. But I mean, we haven't really had an answer for that. Hi, Chrissy. Right, have we had here we go. We've had a little update. Sorry, I'm just going through. I just want to check there's no other policies. This is what I mean. I want to just do my stream. I don't want to be having to check if people mention other streams. Because, well, there is no other stream actually. So, Okay. Right, I've missed a little bit. So where are we going? So then he said at 1:22, we met some people over there, a group from Nottingham. We went back to the strip. While we were there, Brandon told me to come down to Papagayo. I thought I'd check it out. They tried to charge me. They tried to charge us £80 to get in. And I thought, I'm not paying that for music I don't like. So I told Brandon I was going to give it a miss. You talk about Jay arriving outside Sugar Reef. What was he doing? Everyone was doing balloons. Now, maybe there's someone in the chat can... What is a balloon? Everyone was doing balloons. Maybe someone in the chat can let me know what a balloon is, because I have got absolutely no idea. I've got absolutely no idea what a balloon... Oh, laughing gas. Oh, God. Why? Why? Well, isn't cocaine, ketamine, alcohol, and ecstasy enough? I'm sort of like, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll try a bit of all that. I think I need a bit of laughing gas as well. Sorry, I just don't get this. I understand people drinking. I understand people even taking drugs. But what a combination. Why? Can't you just go out and enjoy yourself with alcohol like everybody else does? What do you need laughing? Do you need laughing gas to laugh? Sorry, I'm trying not to be judgmental, but for God's sake, that's like alcohol, ketamine, cocaine, ecstasy, and laughing gas. It's a lot, isn't it? You're lucky to survive, these kids. God, anyway, never mind. At least they're not on heroin, I suppose. So, where are we? So they were all doing balloons. What was Jay's state like? He was on the buzz, head bopping. Sorry, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm just imagining Ayub saying this. And Dr. Adeley is sort of really posh, isn't he? And thinking, what? And like somebody said earlier, he needed an interpreter, doesn't he? He needs an interpreter. I would. Bless him. He was happy, he was coherent. And you say you took him for a chicken burger. Why was that? I bought stuff for the group. Do you know if Jay had any money on him or not? I don't know for sure. Oh, so he bought him a chicken burger. Let's have a look where it says on Lancashire Live for a minute. So yeah, Ayub says Jay arrived outside Sugar Reef and was inhaling nitrous oxide gas from a balloon. Do you know, poor Jay's mum. I'm sorry, as a mum. Now listen, I know my son's no angel. I'm sure he's probably taken all these things at some point in his life. Because this is a different world now. When I was young, we all drank too much and maybe smoked a little bit of marijuana, but it wasn't this crap that they all smoke now, this skunk. It was the little sort of oxo cube type thing, but I never liked it. So luckily for me, I never got addicted to it. But, I did drink a lot, so that was just the way it was. But it was much simpler times. I mean, bloody hell. I'm going to ask my son later if he's ever, he won't tell me, of course, if he's ever, he probably will actually, because he's quite honest if I ask him a direct question. He wouldn't volunteer the information, but if I ask him directly, I'm sure he'd tell me, and maybe he has, I don't know. If it's like a sort of drug of the moment, I don't know. But it's a lot on top of everything else, isn't it? I just don't understand why you would need all that. How far out your head do you want to be? So what I'm saying is my sympathies go out to Debbie, because hearing this will not be easy. Because, as I say, when your child, be it a boy, girl, when they're like a young adult, as soon as they get out of your control, as soon as they're past 13, 14, 15, their friends get more important. They close the door behind them, you have no clue. And they tell you what, you might think you have a clue what they're doing. Oh, my Johnny would never do that. Or, my Jenny would never do that. You have no idea what they're doing when they leave your house, who they're meeting, what they're taking, if they're even, what they're up to. Are they going to come back pregnant if it's a girl? Or if it's a boy, is he going to come back and tell you he's got some girl pregnant? Or you just don't know, and you can think you know, but you don't know. And it doesn't matter. I don't care what anyone says. What teenagers and above, adults, young adults, what they get up to. You think life will get easier with kids as they get older, and it'll be better when they're older, and it is so much harder. Because you have no clue what they're up to. You can't control it. You don't know what danger they're in. They get into cars with people that are drunk, or they drive when they're drunk, or they get run over by someone who's drunk. They get into fights, they get stabbed, they get bottled. There's so many, being a young person, when they're at that stage of going out and everything, it's a very dangerous time. I think. And of course, Ayub, he's older, but he's had this gap in his life, hasn't he? So he's really just like a teenager. So why did On the Buzz Jay go back from the Airbnb after getting a chicken burger from Magic Mike's? It's like somewhat of a film, isn't it? Jay was on the buzz, Ayub says, when asked what his behaviour was like. Head bopping, chilled, happy. Ayub says he was coherent. Ayub says he took Jay for a chicken burger. We all got food, he says. And Ayub is asked if Jay had any money on him, and he says, vaguely, I might have heard him saying I've run out of dough, but I don't know 1,000,000%. I didn't check his pocket. So he just makes me laugh. I know it's not funny, but he does make me laugh. Ayub is asked why Jay ended up back at his Airbnb. He asked, Ayub says. From further things I've heard, he must have thought they were going to stay up. He says, can I come with you guys? These were his exact words. Ayub says he told Jay, bearing in mind I live a bit far away, but I'll drop you off in the morning if you want. That's what Ayub says. Okay, we haven't got another update yet on the other one. So, what do you think? What do you all think? I know you're all saying what you think. Oh, sorry, Annie. I know your boys are it was true though, Annie. But you know what? You can't worry about it because nothing you can do. Hi, Devon. There's nothing you can do. They've got to. I think you've only really got to think about what you were like when you were younger. Maybe you didn't even feel like you were doing anything too bad, but you know, as I say, when I look back now, I just think, God, my poor parents. Oh, it's banned in the UK, is it? The laughing gas? God. You know, I just think, though, it does sort of, he was off his head. I mean, he was off his head. You can't deny it. So, he's made that decision. Has he just made it, I'm going to walk home, like you do. I walked home, I've said this on another stream, and I was in Blackpool once visiting my friend who was at university or Polytechnic in Blackpool, at Blackpool Polytechnic. And we went off to a student party. I was absolutely off. I don't know, it's the first time that I'd ever been there. I was only there one night, or maybe two. It was a weekend probably. And we went off to this party, like a student party, and I got bored because I didn't know anybody else. I only knew my friend, and they were all her friends from Polytechnic, and they were all talking about. I mean, when I say I got bored, I was there for hours. I was absolutely paralytic, and I wanted to go home. But she didn't want to go home. In fact, I can't even remember where she was. She might have copped off with something, she could have been anywhere. But so I just thought, I'm going home. Forgetting that I'm in Blackpool at a place where, this is maybe the first night that I've been there or the second night. And I'm going to go off and try and find this student house where she lived. Well, actually, I must have spoke to her because she gave me the key. She said, I'm not going home, but you go if you want. And I just walked out into the night at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, aiming for Blackpool Tower, because I knew this house, it was a student house. I knew it was near Blackpool Tower, so I could see Blackpool Tower in the distance. I just thought, aim towards Blackpool Tower. Just aim towards Blackpool Tower. And by some miracle, and I mean, it was a miracle, I found my way home. It was about an hour's walk. Found my way. So I found this place. I don't know how I found it. don't know how I didn't get abducted or murdered on the way. I was about 19 years old, similar age to Jay. It's the things you do. And I was drunk, but I haven't been taking drugs and laughing gas. Found my way to the house and I was fine, but I still wouldn't think about now. How did I didn't even know the address. Didn't even know the address. I just thought, aim towards Blackpool Tower somewhere. And when I get near Blackpool Tower, I knew the way from there. Anyway. So this is what people do. Right. Let's go back to, and now Ayub says Jay did not steal the watch. So it's like you pay your money and you take your choice. Somebody's lying. Somebody is lying. Now, it could be Ayub. It might not be Ayub. It might be one of the others that said he'd taken a watch. So Ayub is saying he did not steal the watch. Who do you believe? Has anyone actually seen the text where supposedly Jay said he took the watch? So Ayub is now talking about the watch. He says there was a Romanian-looking guy who was selling fake watches. Well, there probably was. There was loads of them in Spain and that, holiday places. The man tried selling a watch to Ayub and he said, nah, I don't want that, it's fake. Then he tried, this is all new, isn't it? We haven't heard this before. Then he tried selling it to Jay. Ayub is very clear on the next point. One thing I can say is that Jay didn't steal no watch, he says with emphasis. And to recap, Ayub Kasim is currently giving evidence via video link from a foreign country. Is he in Palestine? Maybe he's in Gaza fighting for the Palestinians. And I'm only saying that because earlier he started to try and bring in a political point. So he's obviously a Muslim, isn't he? So he's going to support the people in Gaza. But I'm not a Muslim, but I still support the people in Gaza. I don't support Hamas, of course, but I certainly do not support Israel. We have not been told exactly where he is. Strange, isn't it? Where is he? Is he in Dubai? Is he in Tenerife? Ayub, who speaks with a southern accent. A southern accent. Bloody hell, you could say that. A little bit of a southern accent, eh? You know what I mean? Is wearing a white Ralph Lauren shirt. Do you think any photos will come out ever of it? Oh, God, it's so frustrating not being able to see these witnesses. So there you go. You've got that right from Ayub's mouth. He did not steal a watch. So let's remember, Brad said, ask Brandon about the watch. He knows more about the watch. Brad said he didn't take any notice of what Jay said about a watch, even though he did say that Jay said, I've just took a watch. Where's the truth? Where is the truth? What do you think? Do you think he took a watch? Do you think this watch is real or not? What do you reckon? Yeah, Annie, it is. I feel sorry for Debbie as well, because as we're mothers, we feel for the mothers, for Debbie, because you think if that was your son and you were trying to find out exactly what happened and you can't get any clarity because they're all saying different things. You know, what is it here? You know, did he steal the watch or didn't he? Let's see what the Telegraph have got to say about this. All right, so now, Annie, what you were saying about Rocky not thinking he was there, he definitely was there, because there was a photo of him in the back of the car, wasn't he? So, going back to the Lancashire Telegraph, this is what they say. How did it come that he ended up at your Airbnb? He asked to come with us. Jay asked to come with you? Yes, his exact words were, can I come with you guys? Did he know where you lived? Yeah, most of them were giving me stick for how far out it is. I told him how far away it was. Did you agree to take him? Yes, I said I'd drop him off in the morning if he wanted. I waited around for a bit, waiting for my mate to finish work. Do you know anything about a watch? Yeah, I do. Could you tell me, please? And he explains how there are often people selling things like fake watches along the strip. Do you know if Jay acquired this watch at any point? I can't say for sure, but one thing I can say is that Jay did not steal a watch. Did you ever see Jay with the watch at all? No. So basically, the only person is saying that Jay stole the watch is Brandon, isn't he? So Brad's saying, ask Brandon, because I don't know anything about any watch. Ayub's saying there isn't a watch. So it's only Brandon, isn't it, that's saying that he did steal a watch? And have we actually got that message to confirm that he did say that? Who sat where in the car? Rocky sat in the front, Jay sat in the back, and I was driving. Do you know what time you left? Between 5 and 6. You drove up the coast road. Did you stop en route at all? Before you go up the road to Masca, there's a cafe that was still up. We got a couple of drinks and then we went up the mountain road. Did you know if Jay was sending any posts into social media? And he says, I could see the camera flashing in my rear view mirror. Now, another thing I just want to say, Spain, 1:37, not 1:37, 5, 6 in the morning is nothing. My son's been out on a Friday and not come home till Sunday and not slept for 2 nights. And that's not being on holiday. That's just in my little village. We live in a little village. That is not unusual in Spain, to be out all night. Spanish people live at night. They don't go out till 11 o'clock at night. So it'd be common for them to be out all night and get in at 6, 7, 8 in the morning. When I was younger and living in Spain, I've done it many times. I can't remember the last time I did it, but I would do it again. It's just a night, especially, in the summer and in holiday areas. So look at that. Even in a place like Masca, there was a cafe that was still open. Even in my little village, there'll be places and the thing is, when some close, so you've got the all-night ones that are open all night, and maybe they'll close at 5, 6 in the morning, but then you've got the early morning ones opening up. They're practically 24 hours. There's bars, cafes, places you can buy alcohol or whatever, and there are no restrictions. So it's not like you can't buy alcohol after midnight or after 2. You can buy alcohol if there's a place open, if it's a shop, if it's a cafe or a bar, whatever it is, you'll be able to buy alcohol. See the Guardia in there every morning having their little snifters with their coffees as they start their shifts. It's common. Spain is a different culture. So I think it's important not to think, oh God, that was too late to go out somewhere. That's what it's not. No time is too late in Spain. Wherever you are. So we're now being shown a Snapchat video taken by Jay from the back of the car while Ayub is driving. And the caption says, I just took a 10k rollie of some CUNT with this Marley kid off to get 10 quid for it now. Ha ha, off my undies. Don't you think that's a jokey text? To me, it's I don't see why you would take that seriously. But anyway, did you ever see Jay with a watch he was able to sell? No. When I saw him talking to the guy on the strip, I told him they would be fake and to leave it. And one thing I know for sure is Jay did not steal a watch. So that's the message supposedly on the Snapchat video. Just took a 12k rollie off some cunt with this Marley kid. Off to get 10 quid for it now. Ha ha, off my undies. What do you think? Do you think that's just a jokey text? I mean, don't forget, Jay was off his undies, of course. You know, he was totally out of it. So what do you think? Do you think that was really a watch? Well, I don't know, Kylie, but that's what he's saying there. What do you think? This is a shame because there's no clarity, is there? You know, Debbie needs clarity and Warren. But how can there ever be, if now he's saying there wasn't a watch and now people in the chat are saying he did say there was a watch. So who's telling the truth? I think by the end of covering this case, I'm going to need some laughing gas and some of them drugs because it's like there's nothing, it's not made anything clear, has it? Anyway, so the coroner says you weren't involved in taking a watch from anyone else? No. Do you have an explanation as to why this was posted? No. He could be boasting to his friends. You can tell he's on the bus. It could be that when we were all younger, we might over-exaggerate. And then the coroner says, but as far as you're concerned, none of that is accurate. And Ayub says, no, 100%. I don't know. So we're now seeing another social media post from Jay sent on Snapchat. And the caption reads, yes, cuz ended up getting thrown out of there. Me with 2 Marley kids just took an AP of some cunt on way to sell it for 10 quid. Again, I just want to say I feel very sorry for Debbie having to see these messages because evidently he sent them and it's not nice to think your son would have sent these messages. Ayub says, I know the make of the watch, but I just don't know where he got that from. At this point, he's just firing off messages. I've had many people message me in the early hours of the morning, and then when I call them later on, they don't know what they were doing. I think that's true. The other thing, I do think that, I'm not trying to defend Ayub or defend anybody. I'd just like to know what the truth is. But I think we must remember what the coroner said, that Ayub is out of the country and he couldn't be forced to give testimony. He's voluntarily giving testimony, even though he couldn't be forced to do that because he's actually out of the country. But we don't know which country he's in. Has he left the country permanently? Is he living abroad now? Or is he on one of these many holidays? Because he's backwards and forwards, isn't he, to these places? That's, it's just getting, I think, apart from clarifying everything, I think it's just getting curiouser and curiouser, isn't it? Let's go back to Lanx Live and see what they're saying. So they talk about that message again. They got a couple of drinks from the shop. Jay bought a Coca-Cola. And then it just talks about that video that he sent saying just took a 12k rollie off some CUNT, etc. Ayub confirms that this Mali kid referred to himself. Ayub confirms he is of Somalian heritage. And he says again, one thing I'm sure about is Jay didn't steal a watch. And he said just what we read off the other one. 100% I didn't see a watch being taken. Maybe he was just bigging himself up to his pals. In another snapshot post, Jay writes the caption, yes, cuz ended up getting thrown out of there with me with two Mali kids, just took an AP off some CUNT, etc. And in an earlier, now, yeah, this is important because earlier he said it was a Rolex. Now he's saying it's an AP, an Audemars Piguet or whatever, an expensive make of watch. You know, save your money, buy a car, buy something proper. Why would you spend all that money on a watch? Beyond me. It's beyond me. It's just a watch. You know, get a Timex. It tells the time just the same. But yeah, so he's called it a Rolex in one, and now he's calling an AP. That would suggest to me that he's just talking shite, to be honest. He's just off his head and he's just sending messages. Otherwise, how can it go? I mean, there's a big difference between a Rolex and an AP, you know, in the words themselves. So if he's, you know, why would he change it from a Rolex to an MP? It probably is all a load of crap, personally. Anyway, the court has just been shown a picture taken by Ayub on his phone after he pulled up outside the Airbnb, and the photo which shows Rocky fast asleep in the passenger seat with his head at an almost 90-degree angle. Jay can be seen in the back seat smiling. Ayub also, I've seen these videos before. Ayub also took a short video clip of Rocky asleep in the car, and both Ayub and Jay can be heard laughing in the background. So personally, I think definitely Rocky was there, definitely. And I think he fell asleep in the car, and then he probably got in the house and just stumbled to bed. I think the thing is, Jay was still, to me, this is what I think. Jay was still buzzing, and then Rocky was out of it, and he just probably went in straight to bed. Same with Ayub, just went to bed, and Jay was still buzzing, and he couldn't sleep. Ayub is now describing the last time he saw Jay. He asked for a charger. I said, go and get it in Rocky's room. He has gone in there and grabbed the charger from the side of his bed and stuck it in the kitchen. He started charging it in the kitchen. I ran upstairs, I grabbed him a blanket. I went past the bathroom and I grabbed him a towel as well. I said, that's you in it. He asked for a fag, and I left my deck downstairs. I said goodnight and went upstairs. That's when he says he last saw Jay, isn't it? What do you think of that? What do we think? Hi, Jackie. Yeah, Joanne, I know. I'm not defending him, Mickey. I'm just saying, well, what do you think happened then? You know, honestly, I'm not defending anyone. I'd just like to know what really happened. What do you think happened? Be interesting to see when the barrister starts asking him questions, won't it? Be interesting then. Maybe he is just covering his own backside. I don't know, because I was not there. So I have absolutely no idea. Hi, Trina. Yeah, thinking of his family. I don't know what happened. I literally don't know. What do people think happened then? You know, don't know. Just don't know. I feel sorry for Debbie and Warren and Zach, because I don't think this is going to. Well, we'll see what happens when the barrister comes out and cross examines. I mean, it's not a trial, of course. It's not a trial. See what the questions the barrister asks him. But if this is not true, what is the truth then? What did happen? And why did Jay call it a Rolex and then an AP? Was he just off his head, like, sending out crazy videos? I don't know. So for the ones of you that are out there that obviously can see have got a downer on Ayub, which is fair enough, then what do you think happened? What happened? What do you think happened? What do you think is the reason that Jay went back? If you don't agree with Ayub's version of it, do you agree with Brad's version of it, or is he lying as well? Are they all lying? It's a big conspiracy. Yeah, no, anyone can give whatever theory they think, but what's the reason for thinking it? If you don't think that Jay made it to the Airbnb, what happened to him then? This is my question. Because one thing we do know, he was found in the ravine. So how did he get in the ravine? And the search people said there's no way anyone could have taken him there. Carried a body there and dropped it in the ravine. So, I'm just looking for an answer. But cover up for what? People saying, a lot of people think it's cover up, but cover up for what? I don't know. You think that Jay was murdered? No. I don't believe the boat thing. No. Right. So they're on a break until this afternoon. So while they're on a break, I'm probably going to go off and get some lunch, but I'm not going to finish the stream. So I'm going to keep an eye on the stream. I'm going to put a video on. I'm going to look for a video from my channel from the early days. And so you can all chat and you can all give your theories, because honestly, I appreciate everyone's theory. I think it's not clear what happened to Jay. So, I suppose in a lot of ways, anyone's theory is as good as anybody else's. But there has to be some evidence. If people think he disappeared on a boat or this, that, or the other, where's the evidence for that? There is no evidence. That's or if you think there is evidence, if you can give me, and I mean evidence, not just, they said it on this YouTube channel, so it must be true. I mean proper evidence. But don't forget about the Spanish police. They've made an investigation. Then you'd have to say that they're in this whole cover-up as well. I don't agree with that either. Spanish police are good. They are good, and if there was any foul play, they would find it. I've lived in Spain for 25 years. And they're not perfect, but they're good. They find people and they work slowly. That's the only thing I would say about them. It's like, they do work slowly, but they're good at what they do. So anyway, so I'm going to put you a video on to watch so you can still chat. I'll still be around. I mean, I'm literally just going to make some lunch. So you might hear a bit of banging around and what have you, because I've got to eat something. I'm just going to have a sandwich, I think. And then when they come back, I'll come back on stream. But I'll be here anyway. I'll be on here online. I just want to I'm going to find a video. Got loads of videos that I did about Jay Slater in the early days, of course. And I'm going to put one on for you to watch while you're waiting. And, you know, of course, you go off and get your lunch too. And, you know, I know people will be coming and going throughout this, but I think I'm going to be on live quite a long time. I'm going to be on live until this, today finishes, you know, the inquest finishes. And I'll be on live tomorrow then. Just finding a video that I think you'll find interesting. If I put one of mine on, I don't have to worry about copyright. Do you know what I think I might do is put the ones right from the very beginning. Oh, there's the Channel 4 official documentary. Will the Witnesses, that's the one we're watching. When human remains were found. I want to go, because when it first happened, I did do a video about the boat. Did Jay escape on a boat? But right in the early days, I did a video every day. You know, 10 days missing one here. Shall we have a look at that? Yeah, this, I'm going to put this video on. This was missing for. Oh, this is my old introduction video. So this was when he was missing for 10 days. So it still was quite a long way to go before he was found. I'm going to put that on to watch. You don't really want to listen to the whole. So yeah, it was, you know, it's all a bit depressing, isn't it? It's awful. In fact, every day is more and more horrible. Now there is a little bit of good news today on just to let you know, because a few of you are interested. Princess Tia is back to her old self today. So whatever little bit of arthritis she had or whatever, she seems to be completely back to her old self. Yes, now, you know, there'll be a little bit of waffle on it, like there is on most of my videos. So I'm talking about my dog there. She had a bit of arthritis, didn't she? Anyway, I'm just going to leave it on because I've got to go and have a sandwich quickly. Self today, which means she made back on. You know, I knew she was ill because she couldn't even be bothered barking or jumping up on the sofa, or, you know, she was really feeling sorry for herself. But now she's back to her normal barky self, a normal irritating self, following me around and jumping up on the sofa and barking, etc. So again, we're lighting the candle for Jay. You know, it just doesn't look good, does it? There's no, you know, I don't think there's any real. I was thinking about saying, what sort of positive spin can I put on this? Very difficult now to put a positive spin on it. This, of course, is Jay. He's been missing 10 days since he disappeared a week ago last Monday. And the Spanish police definitely think he's in that area where they're searching. That's their theory. I don't think they believe any of the other theories. Of course, all these conspiracy theories that come in, they have to check them out, don't they? I like this picture better of Jay. They have to check them out.
But I don't think the police really believe anything else except that he is there. They think he's there. Maybe there's a reason why they think that. I don't know. You know, we don't know anything about what the police are saying. The police are giving nothing away whatsoever, which is typical of the Spanish police. Till there's some sort of resolution in this case, they won't say anything. You know, and I know that's frustrating and it's difficult and it must be really frustrating for the family, but that is their way, unfortunately. Okay, let me just say hello to everybody. We'll see if we can find some positivity, but it's very difficult, isn't it? Very difficult to find any after 10 days of being missing anywhere, but especially in that terrain. So what we're going to look at today is we're going to look at some of the conspiracy theories. There's all sorts of things coming out now. You know, the locals are saying they've seen him watching the Euros. It's very depressing. All that. I just think, I hope his family aren't watching any social media or doing anything, because it'd just be so depressing for them to see people saying all these things with no proof, no evidence. That's the point. Okay, so I'm just going to say hello to everyone. Hi, David. Hi, Fragaria. Hi, Kelly. Hi, SM777. Hi, Heather. I think I said hello to Kelly. Hi, Julie. Yes, Princess Tia is a lot better. Thank you. Hi, Chumba. I think I said hello to David. God, I can't even remember who I've said hello to already. Hi, been commented on them. Hi, Ocean. Okay, so what we're going to start with, God, it's like, you know, I'm going to start with what I think is BS. Oh, actually, I'm going to start with the Spanish news first of all, because I like to have a look and see what they're saying in the latest in the Spanish news. We've looked at this particular paper a couple of times, Lecturas or online paper. So, latest news about the disappearance of Jay Slater. A disconsolate message from the parents of the young British man. So they're continuing to search in Tenerife, and they've incorporated. So this has been the main news, isn't it? These new dogs, specialized dogs. They've been searching with dogs, but just the dogs from the island, from Tenerife. These dogs have been flown in from Madrid, so they'll obviously be a bit more specialized. These have been flown in from the Guardia Civil headquarters in Madrid, so probably they'll be more efficient. So anyway, there he is. So hours are passing, and the desperation of the parents, hours are passing, and with it the desperation of the Jay Slater's parents. The young British boy disappeared more than a week in Tenerife. However, they are keeping hope and conviction that a third person might be involved in these strange circumstances. Now, I think what I'm going to do, I mean, I'm hoping that we won't still be in this position tomorrow, but I think what I'm probably going to do tomorrow, probably in the members live, and then I will release it to the public, but I'll do it live in the members. I'm going to, you know, maybe you could let me know what you think, like your ideas. I'm going to present what are the, you know, because really sort of on the face of this, it is just a boy going missing, losing his way, and now they're having trouble finding him because of the weird terrain. We're going to have a look again at the terrain later. That on the face of it, but then of course there's lots of strange things. What are the things that strike everyone as strange? You know, the fact he went off with these two men to somewhere an hour away from where he was. You know, all the strange things that maybe show that maybe there is somebody else involved, because the Guardia don't seem to think that there's anybody else involved. But I'm saying that, but I don't actually know what the Guardia think. Maybe they do, you know. So that's what I'm going to look at, all the things that make us maybe feel that there might be something more at play here than just a case of a young boy who took the wrong way and got lost. I think one of the reasons would be that he's not been found so far, isn't it? Because you would think that he'd been found by now, wouldn't you, really? But when we look at the terrain, and we're going to hear what a British search and rescue guy has got to say about it, then it makes more sense that maybe it does take a long time to find somebody. So according to this article, the parents are maintaining the hope and conviction that a third person might be involved in the strange circumstances of this event. And in the city of Oswald Twistle, where they live in the United Kingdom, they have put lots of blue ribbons. Blue ribbons was yellow ribbons for Nicola Bulley, wasn't it? It's blue ribbons for Jay, in a signal or a sign of support. And a mountaineer and another television investigator, well, we know who he is, Mark Williams Twonk, have gone over to the island to help find the boy. And I don't mean to be, if Mark Williams Thomas helps, then good, as long as he's not just there for his own publicity and sniffing the GoFundMe, which he tends to do, doesn't he? Follows the money always. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe we'll do something positive. Let's hope so. So the search continues without rest. So in the Parc National Rural of Tenno and in the nearby localities, trying to find new clues. The boy who's disappeared, while his mother has conceded in an interview with the Daily Mail that this is a really horrible moment, and it is very complicated for her, to keep herself positive, trying to obtain answers at all the questions that keep coming out. So the mother said, "I've spent a horrible week. It's been a week and it's been horrible. I've hardly slept. I'm at my limit," Debbie said, who assures that the Spanish police are doing a good job and the consulate is informing us of everything, and we do have confidence in them, according to this article. She confesses also that she has hardly slept, and that, how will I put this in English? Esto hace que her strength is fluctuating, while the worry that's stopping her sleeping, thinking what might have happened to him. And I mean, imagine as a mother or a father or a family member, what you would be imagining. You would imagine everything. You'd go through everything in your head. The thought he might be lay there dead somewhere in there. The thought that somebody might have murdered him. The thought that he may be, okay. And according to the locals in one area, saying that they've seen him watching the Euros. But you know what? We're going to read about that. But the thing is, how many boys similar to Jay will be watching the Euros? So obviously the locals have probably seen all sorts of people that look a bit like Jay, dressed like Jay, and this is the trouble with eyewitnesses. They get things wrong. Anyway, so she's looking for her son, who went missing last Monday, 17th of June, after calling his friend to say he hadn't got to ask for help and water before running out of battery. And Debbie Duncan, oh, where's it gone? Why is it flicking? I've read that. Hang on. So, yeah, they're in a living nightmare, according to them. And, yeah, she says she's in a living nightmare, and his father has described the situation also like hell, while they continue the search, or while the search continues, it just keeps on amplifying its teams and zones through these 8 days, and in well, it's been 10 days now, in a very dangerous terrain and very complicated. Someone must know something. I just want them to find him, she said, desperate, while she was asking local help in Santiago del Teide. So this is where they're saying that he's been seen, in this place called Santiago del Teide, where someone had filmed with the CCTV a young man with similar characteristics to those of their son. But this recording is still not officially, what's the word? This recording has not been officially confirmed by the Guardia Civil or any investigators. So these are things that have come up on Facebook, of course, you know, these pictures, etc., but they have not been confirmed by the police. Now, I just want to go to this. So here we're going to look at this. This is what missing Jay Slater spotted watching the Euros in Tenerife, claim the locals. You know, I just think this is awful. Honestly, he's not going to be just sat there watching the Euros, is he? You know, you just got to think about it sensibly. You know, if he's still alive and you think he's going to leave his parents wondering if he's okay or not and just sit and watch the football, no. If it's some sort of stitch up, you know, where they're all in it together, he's not going to sit in public watching the Euros, is he? He'll be watching them hidden away somewhere if he's pretending to be lost. No, I just can't believe. And these are newspapers. You know, this isn't even social media with this. Anyway, Tenerife locals believe they may have spotted missing teen Jay Slater watching Euros matches. So I almost want to laugh, but it's not even funny, is it? The mayor of a town close to where he vanished has claimed. So he disappeared in Tenerife 10 days ago, but Spanish authorities are yet to find any trace of him. Despite a huge, God, I hope they find him. I almost, you know, well, obviously I hope they find him safe and well, but if they're not going to be finding him safe and well, I hope they just find him, because this is just going to get even more ridiculous as days go on. It's just horrible. So they yet to find any trace of him, despite a huge search operation that saw helicopters, drones and sniffer dogs deployed across rural parts of the island. The apprentice bricklayer from Oswald gosh, it's a right mouthful that. Don't know how the Spanish will be getting on pronouncing that. I can't even pronounce it, and I'm English. And he enjoyed a 3-day music festival with his friends Lucy and Brad before leaving by car with 2 British men he befriended on a night out. And of course, a lot of people are, you know, talking about these British men. I think on that other, let me just see, it does mention them in that Spanish article. What does it say? It says the shadow of the 2 men that were accompanying Jay Slater, or what we don't know about these 2 men. So there's still, you know, everyone's focusing on these 2 men, but what I thought the police said is that they had interviewed them. Oh God, they go on to talk about Mark Williams Thomas in this other, the prestigious television presenter. I can't even read that because I just don't want to give him any publicity, but I do want him to help to find, if he can help to find Jay, then good. Or if he can help to find anything out, great. But good God. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to go back to the one I was talking about. So Jay returned with the 2 men to their Airbnb in the rural area just outside Masca village and vanished the following morning. So we know that we heard that this is the story that we keep hearing being repeated. He called Lucy, said he was disorientated, he needed water, and his phone was on 1%. And that's it. So this is the possible sighting in Santiago del Teide. Oh, where's that gone now? They just keep flicking down these. I don't want to look at Nigel Farage. So I've got another. I think I've got a better article actually. Yeah, let's go to LBC because hopefully it won't flicker about so much. Jay Slater spotted watching the Euros matches, local mayor claims, as several witnesses spot the British team. I just can't see any way that this can be Jay. So the mayor of a local town called Santiago del Teide called Emilio Jose Navarro, said some locals had told him they had seen the missing teen watching some Euros matches. Jay's family are out on the island and have shared a grainy CCTV still that they believe could be him. This, isn't it? Mr. Navarro said, "We know the police are investigating the CCTV images. They have asked for the town hall's security cameras, and they're also working with the company that handles those cameras." Another thing that's been odd is apparently his Instagram account has been mysteriously active, hasn't it? And Jay's mum and his friends, etc., say it's not them that's activated it. That's another sort of thing nobody really knows, but I don't suppose it's that difficult to hack into an Instagram account. There will be, but I don't know, honestly. I'm starting to lose the will to live myself with this. It's turning into the Sebastian Rogers case. All these things. To me, I just want to focus on the fact that he's missing in that area. That's where the police think he is. I do think they're going to find him. And all these other things, they are not helpful at all. Anyway, his mother, Debbie Duncan, and her son's friends flew out to Tenerife alongside his ex-girlfriend, Jessica Ingham. Didn't know that. So, yeah, she said it's been a week now and it's been awful. I've barely slept. I'm at my wit's end. This is more or less what was in the Spanish article. Spanish police are doing a good job. We're getting updated from the consulate. I know people in the UK have come forward as well who were at the festival, and they are giving details of what they know. But I'm not being told about that. So they're probably being interviewed by the police. Jay's very good friends from home have also been over and put up posters. They are good kids, and like me, they just want him home. And friends also blasted theories circulating online about his disappearance. They said, and this is how I feel, imagine if he was your son or brother, think about his mum. And Jay's friend and ex-girlfriend, Jessica, 19, said, "What really gets me is all these online detectives who've got nothing better to do than spread malicious rumours and gossip. It's not helping the situation. People need to remember he's a missing person. His mother is absolutely sick with worry, and she doesn't need to read all kinds of rubbish that are being written about him." So drones, sniffer dogs and helicopters have been searching the rural park and its surroundings since he vanished. Most of the hunt has been focused on the 2,000-foot ravine. It is where his phone last pinged a nearby cell tower at 8:50 on June 17. So this is where the police think he is. And he did say to Lucy, if we believe Lucy, she said he sounded disorientated and he explained he was in the middle of mountains with nothing around. Says here, Jay's friends have hit out at Spanish police for not doing a good enough job. Anyway, officers have said they are totally focused on tracking down the 19-year-old and will continue to prioritise that despite facing criticism. And they brought up this again, that Lancashire police said they'd offered to help, but they were rejected. They weren't rejected. The police said politely, at the moment we've got the resources we need, but things might change. So don't forget, they found this disorientated man while they were looking for Jay. They found David Larkin, who considers himself an experienced hiker. Oh, he's now saying that he didn't need help. He didn't need rescuing. Oh God, you know, I think there was a lot lost in translation when they saw him, and I explained to them, I had water, I was wearing layers, I had my rucksack with food. I think they wanted to show how good they are. Probably what they wanted to do was for him to get out of the way so that they could carry on looking for Jay and not be distracting him. Because what he's forgetting is the reason the police went looking for him is because his party that he was with reported that he was late coming back. He didn't go back when he was due to go back. So those people, the searchers were contacted by people concerned about him. Are you ungrateful? Sorry, I'm not going to get up. I'm not going to swear. He said he was embarrassed by the situation. I had my poles. I know what I'm doing, and I knew that if it could get windy, I would take shelter in a cave. I know these trails. I've been coming here for years, so I know what I'm doing. Yeah, whatever. This is him. But the police said locals observed how the said hiker entered very early into an area of difficult access, not suitable for travel. And after several hours passed without him returning to the starting point, they alerted the agents. So are you sick or something? People call for help for you because they were worried about you. Idiot. So tired and disorientated, he was located by the agents and the rescue team who helped him out of the ravine. So you decide who you believe. He says he wasn't tired and disorientated, he was fine. But he didn't go back when he was supposed to go back. So he's probably back there today now doing exactly the same thing again, wasting police time. So explaining what happened once authorities found him, he said, the mountain rescue people took my picture, then dropped me off. I'm very grateful, but I did not need helping. And to be honest, it extended my day. I did go in through a difficult path and the trail isn't that well marked, but I do know the way. I managed it, and when they came towards me, I did explain I was okay. He said he was unable to return home until nearly 7 p.m. after being taken to safety the long way. Yeah, the safe way maybe, Mr. Larkin. He said, I don't want to appear ungrateful, and I thank them for their concern, but I was fine. Okay, you were fine. You were fine. Okay, well, you're alive. Lucky for you. Okay, we all okay in the chat? Hi to anyone who's come in. Right, so now we're going to have a look at the terrain. So this guy was saying he was fine. He didn't need saving. He didn't need helping. Okay, whatever. We're going to have a look at this guy's Facebook. I'm sure he won't mind. So this is Paul Arnott, and he's a mountain rescue guy from the UK, and he's been helped to go to Los Cristianos. I think somebody would do the same. These things and covered over by foliage. You know, it's not going to be easy, is he? To Debbie had said that the a shortcut.
Hey guys.
So he said
it really could have been from a hike.
couple of places, mountainous area with search teams on foot.
So I've skipped past Paul Arnott because since then he's just a total gilipollas. He's been completely discredited. I believed in him when he first went there, and I still say the footage that he made of the terrain was useful, but then he copyright struck me, of course, for using 2 minutes of his footage. He's a complete arsehole, so I'm not sorry about even saying that. Paul Arnott is a complete shyster. He's a horrible person. So I've skipped past him. And this is another reason why I don't really like mentioning other YouTube channels and things. Because sometimes I think they're okay and it turns out they're not. Paul Arnott is not. So let's go. I've fast forwarded to him. And we'll go. I'd rather go a little bit forward.
That boy is lost, in my opinion. He's lost somewhere on that mountain, and I don't think the result's going to be good, unfortunately. But I just hope that they do find him. Okay, so if there's any more developments, I will be back to let you know, of course, as soon as there's any developments. In fact, I'll just check the news before I go. Normally, before I go, I just check the news. Got quite a lot of classes later. Oh, there's new footage. New footage of the search for missing teen. So let's have a look at that. So it's of the search, not of the missing teen. So I thought for a minute when I saw that, I thought, oh my God, it's footage of Jay. But so Spanish police release new footage of the search for the missing teen. Let's have a look. So they've released a new video, apparently. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. That it? Yeah. Oh, there's a dog. No, I hope those dogs are all right. I hope they're not burning their feet. Let's just watch it again. They're probably trying to show what they're doing. Oh. It looks like a Malinois, that one, doesn't it? Okay, so I think they're trying to show, aren't they, just what they're doing, I suppose. Is that it? So I am following the Guardia Civil. So it shows, and then it's just describing it here. What is it? So it shows a helicopter search in the mountainous area with search teams on foot, having been joined by sniffer dogs. So these dogs are the new thing. They then enter a wooded area and proceed to search the mountainous region. In one clip, an officer uses binoculars to try and see if there are any signs of the missing teen. They're just trying to show, aren't they, I suppose, that they're doing something. And they just said, we're continuing with the search for the young British man missing in Tenerife. Different Guardia Civil units from the area participate, joined by agents with their dogs specialised in searching for people from Madrid. But the Times reports the dogs have not been given a piece of Mr. Slater's clothing for them to pick up a scent. That seems a bit silly, doesn't it? Yeah, why haven't they been given a piece of his clothing? Anyway, so this is the latest video from the Guardia Civil. Okay, I'm going because I'm going to go and text this guy and tell him where these rental places are where he can rent ropes, etc. if he wants to. And
Hey, so the inquest is, I'm just finishing off a sandwich here while I was watching that. Literally just said 10 minutes, the inquest will resume. I've gone on the avatar because it's just so hot now and everything. But anyway, I might try and sort my hair out and get looking respectable again. Sorry, you can hear me eating now. Well, you probably could before. So, says 10 minutes. We'll be back in the courtroom. And I'll have finished my sandwich by then. And Ayub will be back. So, 10 minutes, it's probably 5 now. Get yourself a cup of tea, a drink or whatever. And then Ayub will be back testifying. Let's put his picture up actually. So, this is the guy who's been talking. Ayub, we're just waiting for him to come back with his next bit of evidence. I've finished my sandwich. I'll go and get a drink and then I'll be ready. Right, move. Right, I'm nearly with you. Just had a quick change because it's so hot. Got a bit of lipstick on. Okay, I think we're back. So, yeah, I am an expert at these trials and inquests and things now. Right, I'm going to put my camera back on. I think I look an absolute wreck, but never mind. Where's my camera? There you go. I'm here. I'm back. Hey presto, I've had a quick change. Oh, Annie. Thank you, Annie. Let me just put thank you up there. So he's back giving his evidence, and we're going to look at that in a minute. I just want to say thank you to Annie, very kind supporter of this channel. Thank you so much. For the Ko-fi, thank you. Right, so what's he said now? Are you? Right, posting to his friends, we did that, we had lunch. I don't think I read this one. Oh yeah, did. So he said that he gave him a blanket, didn't he, with a flowery pattern. Yeah. Oh, so we're not back yet? No. Oh, come on, when are we getting back? Inquest on a break till this afternoon. Anyway, never mind, I can just chat to you guys, but it's gonna... It said 10 minutes, but it's been more than 10 minutes, hasn't it? Never mind. Well, Canny, you say that, but do you live in Spain? How do you even know that? But, you know, there probably some of them are. Some Spanish police probably are corrupt. Because they're just people like everybody else. But I've lived in Spain for 25 years. And I know which police I prefer, from British police or Spanish police. And people who make comments like that normally don't like the British police either. It's easy to blame the police for everything, isn't it? Easy. And sometimes it is the police's fault, but, you know, I don't agree with you. I don't think they are so corrupt. Anyway, I'm not even going to get into that argument, but yeah, ACW is a long-term follower from the Nicola Bulley case. So obviously a lot of my followers started following me from the Nicola Bulley case, didn't they? And since then, you know, we cover all sorts of cases. There are cases like Nicola Bulley, like Jay Slater, It's funny, isn't it, how some cases attract the most attention and the most interest and the most conspiracy theories. I mean, I cover cases from all over the world. We've just been covering the mushroom murder trial. Erin Patterson just got found guilty of poisoning her relatives with mushrooms, with toxic mushrooms. We followed the Madeleine Soto case. That's just sort of resolved, I suppose, empty justice for Madeleine. We followed the Idaho 4 case. I still want to, because we've just heard all the victim impact statements. God, that Brian Koberger, he's one creepy guy. I mean, he's like a reptile, isn't he? He's like just horrible. Anyway, I will be doing a video about that. But of course, we're all about Jay Slater. I covered from the beginning. Jay's from my part of the world. Hi, Moonbeam. Jay Slater, I got interested in it right from the beginning when he first disappeared, because it was a young lad from my part of the world who was in Spain when he disappeared, and that's where I live, in Spain. I've lived here for over 25 years. So, it immediately caught my interest. And then, of course, as days went on and Jay wasn't found, it got more and more mysterious, didn't it? And turned into one of those sort of cases. I don't know if there'll ever be a resolution to this case, because there's so many different people with different views. And yeah, I agree with you, Julie. The coroner just wants this inquest done, but he wanted to be a part of it, didn't he? It's funny, isn't it? Because he's retiring. So for those who don't know, who've come onto the stream later, the coroner that is looking after this case is James Adeley, the same coroner that was in charge of the Nicola Bulley case. But the thing is, he's supposed to be retired, and this inquest was supposed to be this inquest was supposed to be the second, because it was originally, wasn't it, in May, and then the witnesses didn't turn up, etc. So Debbie asked for it to be later, that the witnesses should be made to answer questions. And but it was supposed to be September, but it's ended up being now, before James Adeley retires properly. I think he just wants to be a part of it because it's a high profile case, I think. But anyway, I don't know. So Mr. Adeley so far has been asking leading questions. You can bet, if you had money to put a bet on it, and if you could find someone to give you odds for it, you could put your money on the fact this is going to be an accidental death. That's what the verdict's going to be. Now, he might surprise me and it might end up being an open verdict. But if he made Nicola Bulley's case an accidental death verdict and there was no proof whatsoever of accident, at least there is some proof of accident here. He was off his face. He was wandering around in a very dangerous area. It's going to be an accidental death verdict. It's going to be that or open verdicts. I suppose that's the only two possibilities, really, isn't it? So yeah, Brandon's not here today, ACW, but didn't Brandon speak in the first inquest? It was, wasn't it Brandon who said that Jay had stolen the watch? Now so just a little recap of what's happened so far. If you thought you were confused before, you're going to be even more confused now. So now we've got Brad saying, ask Brandon, I don't know about the watch, so ask Brandon. We've got Ayub saying, no, definitely no watch was stolen. We've even got the two messages from Jay, that one said it was a Rolex and the other one said it was that other posh watch, AP or whatever it's called. Josh, that was Josh, was it, Mickey? Sorry. And yeah, I don't know where Brandon is. He hasn't appeared at all, has he? So Oh, I feel more confused now than I did before this started, because they're all saying different things. I mean, at the end of the day, really, all we know for sure is Jay is dead, bless him. And I think he did fall. But the question is, why was he there? Why did he run off? That's what Debbie probably wants to know. So just to remind people, Debbie, Jay's mum, is there, and she's taken a barrister with her. And she's also got with her partner, her current partner, and her film crew from the documentary that they're making about Jay. So, yeah. Hi, Tammy. Yeah, I agree, Annie. Nothing any clearer so far. So, my head hurts. When this finishes, I'm going to have to go and lie down in a dark room, I think. Anyway, come on. Where's, they said 10 minutes. Inquest about to resume. So what we'll be hearing this afternoon, according to the Lancashire Live, we'll be hearing the remainder of Ayub Kasim's evidence, and then from Jay's friend Lucy Law, who is giving evidence via video link. God, my voice is going now. Oh, and they'll also be hearing from Lancashire Constabulary digital analyst Nick Spence. Oh, it says the inquest could finish by the end of today, but time has been allowed for the hearing to continue tomorrow if needed. So everyone will be waiting for Lucy's evidence. And let's just to remind people that the coroner said that Lucy will not be appearing due to her condition. And we don't know what that, he didn't elaborate on that. As far as I know, we don't know what condition it is. What condition? Is she pregnant? Has she got mental health problems? Why is Lucy, I mean, she's appearing, but she's appearing by video link due to her condition. That was his exact words. What does he mean by that, I wonder? What is her condition? Oh, right. I'll be 2 ticks. Just got to sort the dogs out. So. Right, are we there yet? Oh, it's getting hotter and hotter. I'm just going to bring the blinds down. As the day goes on, the sun just gets hotter and hotter. Just have to make sure all the blinds down. Okay, what's that saying? Recap of evidence from this morning. Ayub Kasim, one of the men who had rented the Airbnb in Masca where Jay was last seen alive, has been giving evidence via video link from a foreign country. Now, this is mysterious, isn't it? Why they're just not saying which country? Where is he? So he's giving evidence on a video link from a foreign country. Ayub has repeatedly insisted that Jay had not stolen a watch and had maybe told his friends as he had an exaggeration. And Brad, one of Jay's friends, said that he and Jay had perhaps gone a bit too far with their drinking and taking drugs, as it was their first boys' holiday. I mean, they definitely did go too far. I mean, they'd been drinking, they'd taken ecstasy, they'd taken ketamine, cocaine, and laughing gas. I mean, there's only heroin left, really, isn't there? What else is left? Are there any other things they might have been able to take? You know, they definitely did go too far, but young people do go too far. But they should have all stick together. You know, they should have an unwritten rule. You know, go out together, you go home together. You know, you don't leave people. But then did they leave him or he went himself? You know, I don't know. I don't know, Kylie. She might have her back to the camera. Yeah, she did that weird interview, didn't she, Lucy? Where she had her back to the camera. It's like she didn't want anyone to see her. It was strange. Wasn't it? It was odd. See, while we're waiting, if I can find that, actually. No, things I don't know, Lucy, so I have no idea. Literally got no idea if, you know, the true circumstances. Let's have a look at this. Let's just have a quick look at this. This is a Sun TikTok video where apparently she discusses the case. Hang on. Right, let's just watch this. So this is Lucy, isn't it? I'll just put it back to the beginning.
Been tracked down. With her currently on holiday, the missing witness in the inquest into Jay Slater's death has finally been tracked down. With her currently on holiday in Tenerife, where Jay died. Jay travelled to Tenerife to attend a music festival with Lucy Law and another pal, with Lucy the last person to speak to Jay when he called her saying he was lost and dehydrated. The inquest into Jay's death has been dramatically paused by police after they were unable to contact Lucy and other important witnesses. Lucy's family have now spoken out and said they had no idea Jay's inquest was even being held today, and said they weren't aware Lucy was due in court. Another witness police can't track down is Kasim, a convicted leader of a drugs gang who rented the Airbnb that Jay visited alone after the festival, with Jay's last snapshot from the door of the apartment before he attempted to walk back to his hotel.
What? They said it was Lucy's interview. It wasn't Lucy. You know, they bloody clickbaiting. I can't stand it. Where is Lucy's interview? Anyway, never mind. I'll try and find it in a minute. Ah, the coroner's come back in. Thank God for that. Let's have a look. I'll put it back on there. Yeah, I was trying to find that interview that Lucy made where she had her back to the camera. It was very odd. The coroner is back in and we're ready to restart. Thank God for that. Let's see if I can find that Lucy interview. That's right. She said that he'd cut his leg on a cactus, didn't she? I'd forgotten about that. Right, I found an interview, but I think I can't see her on it. But let's watch this anyway.
I'd gone home from the NRG festival a little bit earlier than everybody else because I was tired. So I'd gone home alone back to my apartment, and then I woke up to a phone call at like 8:30 in the morning, around 8:30, from Jay saying that I'd gone up to the mountains, that his phone was on 1%, so it was like about to die. He didn't know where he was. He needed a drink. That he'd cut all his leg on like a cactus, and that he had no idea where we were. So I said to him, like, if you're ever going to listen to anything I'm going to say, like, you need to listen now. You need to go back to wherever you've just come from before your phone dies, and I'll come and pick you up from there. Like, you need to go back there. He said to me, I can't go back there. I don't know where it is. So I just said, send me like a location. So he sent over a screenshot of his last location. So I went straight. The first thing I did when the phone had cut off was I rang the police. So I'd rang 911 and spoken to the people there, and they told me that they'd sent a helicopter out. But later on, I'd spoken to somebody who lived up in the mountains, and they'd said they hadn't heard any helicopters, which obviously if there was a helicopter out, they definitely would have heard it. So I think they just totally fobbed me off with that. I got taxied down to the closest police station. I was literally there within the hour of the phone call. So I'd gone in, I said, I really need to report somebody missing. But I said, it's not like they're just missing around here, like he's missing in a very like abandoned place. There's nothing up there, it's just mountains. She gave me a piece of paper that said that I needed to go online, fill in a form, and then within 48 hours I'd receive a code, and I'd bring the code back to the police station. So we'd come up, there was literally no sign of him anywhere. Like we drove around all day. There was literally nothing, no sign of him. I went into a restaurant that was halfway up on the viewpoint.
And is that where you are now, Lucy? You're staying at the coast, but you're now up in the mountains where you think Jay was.
I've literally not slept at all since I've got that phone call at 8 o'clock.
We all hope that the search continues and Jay is found safe and sound. But the final question is, what is he like? What's he like at home? Is he sensible, or is he a bit more of a risk taker? What's Jay like?
No, he's not a risk taker at all. That he wouldn't do anything. Like, I don't know why. I can't understand why he would come out of the house and then decide that he was going to walk. I don't know why he would do that. And then I think he set off walking with back to it and not realised how far the walk actually is. I've seen so many people up here, and I've asked every single one if they've seen him, and nobody's seen him. And this is what I find weird, because if he'd have seen somebody or a car or a person, he would have either flagged down the car. Yeah. He would have said to someone like that he needs a phone to contact someone. And also, he would never have his mum worrying like this. He would never have his family worrying like this. He would never have us worrying like this. Like, if he saw someone, the first thing he would do is say, I need to ring my mum. Like, I know that for a fact. So I've never ever in my life been so worried at all.
So yeah, that was a different interview with Sky News where she's over the phone by the sandwich. Does sound really worried about him. Again, everyone's got their views about Lucy. I don't really know much about Lucy, so I can't say I've got any strong views. I'll be interested Interesting, won't it, to see what she has to say at this inquest. So they've started back again. So let's read the first. Let's see. I think in the early days, do you remember? I remember when I was reporting on this right in the beginning, there was definitely the feeling that Jay would be found. You know, I thought he'd probably had an accident, but they would find him. But of course, that wasn't to be, was it? So, yeah, I don't know what to think about Lucy. But anyway, be interesting to see what she says today. So it started back again. What happened next at the Airbnb property? Ayub is talking about what happened when he went to bed. He says that he didn't go to sleep as soon as your head hits the pillow, but he eventually fell asleep. He woke up to a buzzing sound coming from the door. Ayub explains that as he had parked his car in front of a small van, blocking it in, he thought this would be who was at his door. I only had an hour of sleep. I went downstairs and I saw Jay standing there, he says. Ayub went to answer the door and a woman with two men, one of which was holding a wheelbarrow, directed him to where he could park his car without blocking them in. I walked over and apologised. Jay was talking to the woman. I'm just wondering how Jay was talking to the woman. Did she speak English then? Ayub is saying that Jay was probably still awake because he was still on things and buzzing. Now, I don't know much about drugs because fortunately for me, I don't take them, but I do know people who do take them. And they can't go to sleep. This is, I think, with Jay taking that much stuff. It wasn't compos mentis, but he didn't feel like going to sleep, did he? Because he'd taken so much. So those things stop you from going to sleep unless you take a sleeping pill or smoke a bit of cannabis, he says. So, yeah, I think Jay probably was wide awake, wasn't he? But not compos mentis. Strange, really, isn't it? It's like being awake but not quite with it, but you can't sleep. I haven't started back on that one yet, on the other one. So we see, just waiting for the updates. I'm still looking for that Lucy interview where she's got her back to the camera. Let's have a look. Is this it? Oh, I can't find it. Oh, I might have found it. Maybe have I found it? Yeah, this was the interview, and it's strange because she's got her back to the camera. Why? Odd.
If you look around, you can literally see it's not safe for anybody to have been here without any of the supplies that you need. He's not got any hiking stuff. He's not got any sun cream. Like, he's not got his phone. He's in like severe danger. And I just feel like I've been up here every single day since that it's happened. I've been walking around trying to find him, like literally doing everything that I possibly can. And in the full time I've been up here, I haven't seen one helicopter, which I feel like is very, very important, because the helicopters will be able to see things like, yes, they've had drones up here. Yes, they have had dogs. However, they haven't actually had a scent from anything of Jay's. So I know.
Now, the only time I think there's only once that I can ever particularly remember seeing someone being interviewed like that from the back. And it was a stepmother over in America that had actually murdered her stepson. She was being interviewed from the back like that. And you know, it's really unusual, isn't it? Because why would you? Maybe she just didn't want her face on camera. You know, maybe she didn't have her makeup on, or, you know, who knows? I mean, it's her prerogative to decide whether she gets her face shown on camera. Maybe because there was already a lot of social media hate, even there in the early days, I remember. So maybe that's why, but it just seemed odd.
That the dogs will be able to sniff out any humans, but obviously there's humans down there looking for Jay, and I think that could be misleading for them. Like, I feel like they definitely need to get a scent from Jay. Like, with the time I've spoke to them, I've said you need to get a scent, like, and they've like sort of disregarded that. You look around, you can literally see it's not safe for anybody to have been here without any of the supplies that you need. He's not got any hiking stuff, he's not got any sun cream, like, he's not got his phone, he's in like severe danger. And I just feel like I've been up here every single day since that it's happened. I've been walking around trying to find him, like literally doing everything that I possibly can. And in the full time I've been up here, I haven't seen one helicopter, which I feel like is very, very important, because the helicopters will be able to see things like, yes, they've had drones up here, yes, they have had dogs. However, they haven't actually had a scent from anything of Jay's. So I know that the dogs will be able to sniff out any humans, but obviously there's humans down there looking for Jay, and I think that could be misleading for them. Like, I feel like they definitely need to get a scent from Jay. Like, with the time I've spoke to them, I've said you need to get a scent, like, and they've like sort of disregarded that.
Yeah. So yeah, I know the back. We've read out one thing already, Jay. We've already read out one of the things. But then here's the next thing.
I mean, can you remember why you originally split up, actually? I think it was 19...
So there was Aussie on there. Let's go back. Yeah, so we'd read out one, and we were back and we'd read out the first one. And now some more have come through. So, was Jay still under the influence of drink and drugs? Ayub is asked what kind of state Jay was in when he went downstairs to move his car. Was he still under the influence, the coroner asks. I think, yeah, he would have been, Ayub replies. Ayub said Jay then told him he was going to catch a bus back to his apartment. And Ayub said, I said, no bus is coming anytime soon. It's not one of those places where the bus comes every 5 to 10 minutes. And he said, no, I spoke to that woman. She said the bus is coming in 10 minutes. I said, no, it don't, bro. God, goodness. Dr. Adeley definitely would need an interpreter. No, it don't, bro. Chill out, G. I'll drop you off later. And if only he would have waited for Ayub to drop him off. But he wanted to go, didn't he? He wanted to go. He might have been having a panic attack or something. Just don't know. So anyway, these are apparently Ayub's final words to Jay Slater. I looked at him and I seen he was sweet. So it's like sound, innit? What could I have done? I'm not going to say stay here now. I just said if you need me, I'm here. I shut the door to go back upstairs to sleep. That's apparently the last thing he said to Jay. Let's read that again because it takes a bit of understanding. I looked at him and I seen he was sweet, so it's like sound, innit? What could I have done? I'm not going to say stay here now. I just said if you need me, I'm here. I shut the door to go back upstairs to sleep. Let's see how Lancashire Telegraph, they're a bit more, Lancashire Telegraph are much more, what's the word, concise, you know, more to it. Right, where did we get to? So the coroner said, you had gone to bed and Jay was on the sofa with a blanket. What happened next? Ayub says, I heard Jay moving around downstairs. I presumed he was having a smoke or something. I fell asleep, but not long after I woke up again to a buzzing sound downstairs like the door being buzzed. I was expecting it because I was parked in front of someone's car. I went downstairs. I saw Jay standing between the door and the dining table. And he said about the buzzer, saying the noise was doing his head in. I opened the door. There was an old woman and another guy with a wheelbarrow and an old man. They gestured to me to move my car. I went back upstairs and put on some clothes. The old man guided me to a space that was empty at the side of the road where I could park. As I was parking, I could see Jay chatting to them. I apologised to them. Jay was coming out as I was walking in. When you came downstairs, you'd given him a charger, the coroner said. Where was it plugged in? It was still in the kitchen where he'd originally plugged it in. And he said, do you think Jay had been asleep in the time from arriving at the house to when the doorbell went? And he said, no, I don't think so. He won't have been able to get sleep after all that he was taking. You say Jay told you what he'd heard earlier that evening in your statement. What had he taken? What had he taken? He didn't exactly tell me, but throughout the night he might have said I popped a pill or I had a bit of sniff. When you came down to see Jay, what sort of state is he in? Is he still under the influence? And Ayub says, yes, I think he would have been, but he was upright, he was coherent. And then the coroner says, you come back from parking the car. What is Jay doing at this time? And Ayub says, as I was walking in, he was walking out. He said he was off and he was going to catch a bus and go back to Los Cristianos. I told him there were no buses coming anytime soon. He says he's spoken to that woman and she says it comes every 10 minutes. I said, no, it doesn't. Or no, he don't, bro, he said, didn't he? Or something. After that, I said to chill out and I'd drop him off. But he said, no, the boys are waiting for me. I said, all right. I'd only slept an hour to this point and I wasn't really trying to have a conversation, not in a rude way. I'm not going to insist he stays. I said, if you need anything, I'm here. Then I shut the door and went back upstairs and went to sleep. So what do we all think of that, what he says? What does everybody think of that? You know, I'm just having a little look at the chat, but, you know, just don't know. Just don't know what to think, do you? So then the coroner says, in your statement, Jay says this lady told him, oh, I'm on the wrong one, told him a bus goes past the house every 10 minutes. You say no bus comes every 10 minutes. Did you offer to take him back? Yes, when I woke up later on, I would have taken him. Was there any altercation between you before he left? No, no altercation. And is there anything you think I should have asked you? I don't think so. Now, the solicitor, the barrister, is going to ask him some questions. So hopefully, not very many because his evidence finishes soon. So the barrister says, you said in your evidence you did know Brandon and you said you describe yourselves as friends. In the statement Brandon gave, he said, I don't know Ayub, but I've seen him in a coffee shop in Tenerife. Which one is it? And Ayub said, I can't speak on what he's saying. If you add them both together and meet in the middle, we're cool. Oh, God, Debbie's not going to get any answers, is she? I mean, you know, none of them can get their story straight. You know, and I don't know how much of it is to do with being guilty of something or how much is to just do with drugs addling your brain and you can't think straight I think none of them would have a clue what happened that night. Did you know him before that week? Yes. How long had you known him? A couple of months maybe, but I knew his brother before that. We heard earlier about you being referred to as Johnny Vegas. On the morning, Jay made a call to a Spanish number lasting around 19 seconds. Do you know anything about that call? And Ayub says, I'm not sure if he rang me or not, but I did have a Spanish number at the time. He could have called me, but I don't recall chatting to him. The only chat I remember having is Brandon ringing me and saying Jay's gone missing. And the barrister says the time of the call was before this. And Ayub says it could have been another call asking where we were, but I don't remember. Doesn't remember. So do you think he really doesn't remember, or is he just blagging it? Well, anyway, surely as far as the phone calls are concerned, they can check that on phone data. And that brings Ayub Kazim's evidence to an end. Now, I've got to say, I'm really surprised at that. I thought the solicitor was going to ask more questions than that. That wasn't, he didn't really ask much, did he? So we're going to hear from Lucy. There's Lucy. She's on the call. So for those of you who don't know what Lucy looks like, I'm going to put a picture of Lucy up. Don't you think that wasn't a very long sort of questioning of Ayub from the solicitor? So that was Ayub that we just heard from. Now we're going to hear from Lucy, and she's on video link because of her condition. But we don't know what her condition is. Ayub is on video link because he's in another country, but we don't know what country he's in. There's no transparency in Britain at all, is there? Why would those things be a secret anyway? If Ayub's in a different country, why is it a secret which country he's in? So the coroner asked Lucy, how long have you known Jay? Not exactly, but roughly since the start of secondary school. So they've known each other a long time, haven't they? I believe you flew out with Jay to Tenerife, yes. And you were both proposing to attend the Energy Festival, yes. As I understand, the coroner said, Brandon was already out there. You were staying with yourself. And Jay and BG are staying together. It does seem odd that she was staying alone, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Just seems odd. But maybe, I don't know. Honestly, I'm losing the will to live now a little bit. So just going back to the other one and finishing off Ayub's testimony. Ayub is quizzed on his nickname and his friendship with Brandon Hodgson. Ayub says he was friends with Brandon while in a statement to Spanish police. Brandon claimed he didn't know Ayub. God, none of these they wouldn't know the truth if it slapped him across the face, would they? Which is true, asked Lois Norris, the barrister representing Jay's family. If you put both together and meet in the middle. We're cool sort of thing. I've known his brother for a longer time. And Ayub also confirmed that one of his nicknames is Johnny Vegas. I've got lots of nicknames, he says. It's a mad world, isn't it? The whole situation, the whole world that they live in, that Jay unfortunately sort of got embroiled in. And my heart just breaks for Debbie having to listen to all this. Because if I was listening to this and it was my son, I'd just be heartbroken because you can't get to the bottom of anything. Ayub has now finished giving evidence, and Lucy, Jay's friend who was with him in Tenerife, is giving evidence via video link because of her condition that we don't know what it is. So, as it said on the other one, she explained she's known Jay 6 or 7 years since the start of secondary school. Jay was the year above Lucy in school. So Lucy is now, So Lucy is now disputing evidence from Brad. So they're all saying something different. Brad said earlier that the group had landed in Tenerife at around 2 a.m, then dropped off their bags at the apartment before going to find a bar on the strip. Is that your recollection? The coroner asked Lucy. No, she says. My apartment wasn't ready until check-in time at 2 p.m. the following day. We got a taxi to Jay and Brad's apartment and I left my stuff there. Then we all went to Brandon's apartment and stayed there. I have no recollection of going to the strip. I definitely didn't go to the strip that day. Oh my God. What is the truth here? What is the truth? Why are they all telling a different story? You know, what? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Lucy is a dealer or not. Maybe she is. Honestly, my head's whizzing. My head's completely whizzing. First of all, the barrister didn't ask Ayub enough questions. Did he? The barrister, it's a woman, is it? Lois, yeah. Didn't ask Ayub hardly any questions. She was a bit more strict with Brad. And now we've got Lucy coming up with a whole different story. It's exhausting, isn't it? Absolutely exhausting. If Debbie thought she was going to get any answers, she's not getting. What's the documentary going to make of it? Fucking hell. Sorry, excuse my French. But it's like they're doing a documentary on it. You know, it's like, would I lie to you? They might as well just turn it into, oh God, this is like the Erin Patterson trial all over again. I think they have to take an oath, don't they, in the coroner's court, just the same as any court. Not that that means anything, because people who are liars, if they've got something to hide, they've got no qualms about lying under oath, have they? I'm just oh my God, it's crazy, and not in a good way. Okay, so going back, so this is what they say about it on the Lancashire Telegraph. And said, on the first night you flew in, weren't you on the same flight? Yes. You dropped your stuff and went to the strip. Is that your recollection? No. What happened? My apartment wasn't ready, so I left my stuff in Jay and Brad's apartment. We all went to Brandon's apartment. I have no recollection of going to the strip, but they may have done later. Okay, that's a little bit more thingy. So maybe she didn't go to the strip, but they went. So you didn't visit Ayub and Rocky then? No. So when did you meet them? On the first day of the festival. Did Jay appear to have met them before, or couldn't you tell? I couldn't really tell. We were all just dancing around. I mean, to be honest, one thing I would say is, like, I think for young people like that, they won't be thinking about when they've known them from or whatever. They're just all, there's not questions asked, is there? But I don't know. So then the coroner asks, where did you meet up with Jay on the evening of the 16th? And she said, I was on my own most of the day. I went and met Brandon shortly before the England match and went to the strip to watch it. I hadn't seen Jay or Brad that day, and I don't think Brandon had either. I got in contact with the pair of them. They came down to the strip to watch the football with us, but only stayed for around 20 minutes and left again. I don't know where they went. We got ready for the festival, met back up with Brandon and got in the same taxi to Veronica's and went on to meet Jay and Brad outside Papagayo. When you arrived, did you meet Jay outside or inside? We all met at the door and we went in together. How was Jay behaving at that time? We'd been pre-drinking at the football, so he was visibly intoxicated. But I wouldn't say he's in a state or anything. Again, it's all relative, isn't it, whether you think someone's in a state or not? And the coroner said, is it possible to tell if someone's taken something like cocaine, MDMA, ecstasy, or is there just a general buzz? He was definitely on a buzz. I'd say he'd probably taken something, but he wasn't physically mangled. Now, they'd have all taken it together. Are they really trying to say that they weren't there, that they didn't all do things together, that each one separately went off and took whatever they took or drank whatever they drank or sniffed whatever laughing gas they sniffed, all separately, individually, none of it together? So then the coroner said, I take it mangled is when you're in a state and you can't look after yourself. And Lucy says, yes, mangled. Mangled, yeah. Well, I think we can safely say that Jay was mangled. They were all mangled, weren't they, really? So, seeing that same post, but on the other one, Lucy is now being asked about the events of Sunday, June the 16th. The night before Jay disappeared on the morning of June the 17th. She and Brandon had gone to a bar called Veronica's to watch the England match. Jay and Brad joined them for 20 minutes and then left. The group met up again later, around midnight, and Lucy was asked how drunk Jay was. He was visibly intoxicated, but I wouldn't say he was in a state or anything. He wasn't mangled. I think he probably was mangled, but I think Lucy's got a different idea of mangled to everybody else. What do you think? What do you think? I mean, the thing is, well, say the thing is, but how can there be a criminal investigation? Well, we'll see. I don't know. Hi, Madge. Hi, Karma. Madge, if you're here for therapy, you're not going to find it here, I can tell you. We're all like confused as hell. We're all as confused as hell. They're all saying different things. They're all saying different things. I don't know where this inquest is going to lead to. Just don't know. I mean, yeah, I suppose it's possible because of the drugging implications. That's why it's all so mysterious. I don't know. No, it doesn't necessarily mean, I suppose, that Jay's been murdered. It's just that maybe that's why they're not all telling the truth, because there's other implications. There's other implications, aren't there? So I just don't know. I honestly can say I haven't got a bloody clue. So then she says, according to this one, this is Lancashire Live. You know, I'm flitting in between Lancashire Live and Lancashire Telegraph. They've got slightly different coverage, haven't they? Slightly different way of reporting. So then apparently the group headed to the Energy Festival after the England match. So remember, of course, it was last year, wasn't it? England, the men's team, the English men's team were doing really well in the Euros, weren't they? They should have won. It looked like they were going to win. They got right down to the final, didn't they? So while they were in Tenerife, it was the build-up, so there was a lot of football talk. The group then headed back out to the Energy Festival at Papagayo. At one point, Jay told Lucy he was going to the toilet, but when he hadn't returned after a while, she went to look for him. She says, we all split up to try and find him in the place, but then none of us could find him in there. So at this point, our phones were nearly dead, and he was still not answering his phone. We left to see if we could find him outside. We had a look on the strip. At this point, I thought he'd probably made mates with someone or had found a girl and ventured off. Then he messaged us and said, I'm in Oasis. We couldn't see him. Then he messaged saying he was in Sugar Reef, which is 2 or 3 clubs up, but we couldn't see him in there either. I don't think Brad mentioned this, did he? Okay, so on the Lancashire Telegraph, this is what they say. You then go into the club. Did you stay with Jay? Yeah, we stayed as a 4 for an hour or 2, but it was almost oversold and very busy. I was wanting to leave from quite early on. Around 2 a.m, Jay said he was going to the bar and the toilet. We were on the dance floor downstairs and we said we'd wait there. I messaged him and asked him if he was all right, and he never replied. So I said I was going upstairs to find him. I couldn't see him anywhere, but it was very busy. So I thought he must have gone down and we must have missed each other, as there are 2 different stairs you can go down. So we all split to try and find him, but none of us could find him in there. We left to see if we could find him outside. We had a good look around on the actual strip. He messaged me back on Snapchat saying he was sat on a wall somewhere. Then he said he was on Oasis in the middle of the strip. We couldn't find him there either. He messaged back again saying he was now in Sugar Reef, but there was no sign of him there either. The coroner said to her, you separated from Jay at some point in the early hours of the morning. At 2:40, Jay sends a message to you saying he can't get back into Papagayo because they've got a mark on him. Do you remember that? And she says, I don't think he said that to me. Did you have any knowledge that Jay had been asked to leave? I'm not 100% sure he did, but that was the word between everyone else. Then at 2:48 a.m, he sent a message saying, I'll just come and get you. And he replied, it doesn't matter, I'm on a mission. Do you have a recollection of that? Yes, it's true. Why are you looking for him? I've been to Tenerife a few times, and I wouldn't want any of my mates rolling around on their own. So I wonder what he meant when he said he's on a mission. Did he have a girl that he liked? Sorry, I forgot to share the tab. Did he have a girl that he liked? Is that what he meant by he's on a mission, or he was trying to steal a watch, or he was, what's the other thing? He could have been, gone to score some drugs or gone to get something to eat. Well, don't forget, good old Ayub bought him a kebab, didn't he, later? Oh, I don't know anything about two men with hammers. So is anybody, is everybody, I think we all feel the same, just totally confused at the moment. So what did he mean he was on a mission? So is it because he'd seen a girl he liked or a boy he liked? Or, was he trying to score some more drugs, or, going to steal a watch? What does he mean by that? Oh, okay. So then she sent him a voice note at 2:48. She messaged Jay saying, "I'll come and get you." And a minute later, he sent a message saying, "Doesn't matter, I'm on a mission." And then at 3:24, Lucy sent Jay a voice note in which she said, "Where are you and what are you doing? I'm coming to get you. If you're not there this time, I'm going to be effing fuming." Lucy says this was because Jay kept saying he was at various bars, but then he was nowhere to be found when they went to look for him. Strange, isn't it? Lucy has asked why she was so worried about Jay. She says, "I've been to Tenerife a few times and I wouldn't want any of my mates wandering around on their own. Boy, girl, anybody." Lucy then found Jay while she and the others were ordering food from Magic Mike's, a takeaway close to the strip. She says, "I said to him, 'Where have you been?' And he was just laughing his head off." She says that Jay seemed his usual self and didn't come across as frightened or scared or distressed. I forgot to share that. I keep forgetting to swap the tabs over because I'm on these two different ones. So why was she so worried about him? Was it because he was just so off his head? I mean, he is a good friend of hers. They've known each other since school. But I'm not, why is she getting so angry about, why did she, I don't know. Again, it's just very strange, isn't it? Right, so I'm on the Lancashire Telegraph. Now, let's see. So you send him a voicemail saying, "Where are you? What are you doing? If you're not there this time, I'll be effing fuming." Does that sound like you? Yes. At this point, you're with Brad, and Jay sends a Snapchat image. You recognise where he is, and you go and find him. And Lucy says he sent a photo of Brad. He sent a photo of Brad of where he was and told him not to move. I found him and asked him where he'd been. He said he'd been chilling. I said we'd all been worried about him, but he just found the situation funny. Me and Brandon wanted to go home, and he said there's no way I'm going home. I asked him to wait there, and I went back up to get Brandon and Brad. Me and Brandon got in a taxi. Brad walked down to meet Jay. I went home from there, so I don't know what happened after that. And then the coroner says, you say that when you met Jay, you were trying to encourage him to come home, and you say he was not having any of it. During any part of this conversation, did you get the sensation he was in trouble or distressed? And she says, no, definitely not. He was just enjoying his night as he usually would. Do you know anything about a watch at that time? She says, yes. Quietly. You go home and go back to sleep, is that right? Yes. You say you left your phone on. Why? Jay and Brad were still out, so just in case they needed me. Are you the one people go to when they need help or anything sorting out? Is that fair? Yes. So, Lucy is saying she knew about the watch. Ayub said there was nothing about the watch, and Brad said, ask Brandon. Goodness me. Goodness. So, now we're back on the Lancashire Live. The moment the friend realised Jay was missing, Lucy went to sleep but left her phone on just in case. At 8:30, Brandon calls her and says, how does he know? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, Jay is in the middle of nowhere and only has 1%. Initially, Lucy thought Brandon was joking, but then she could tell in his voice that he wasn't joking. Lucy then tries to call Jay. The call connects before it is then cut off when Jay's phone battery died. Lucy said to Jay, go back to wherever the F you have just come from before it gets boiling. I thought it was her that he rang, say he only had 1%, etc. This is all crap, isn't it? My head is absolutely buzzing. Not in a good way. Not because I've been taking bloody balloons or whatever. My head is just, because I thought what I've always, what they've always said as far as I was concerned. Now I'm thinking, is it me? It wasn't her that he was supposed to have rang and said he only had 1%. And he was in the middle of nowhere and he had no water. Now it turns out it's supposedly Brandon. Now it turns out it's Brandon's phoned Lucy to say this. Well, I'll tell you what, I know how honest to God, my head is just spinning. So how is Debbie feeling listening to all this? I'm deleting that comment, Jay. Sorry, don't mention other podcasts on here. But you're right. Yeah, and where is Brandon? Where is Brandon? Now, really, after all this, because there's so much conflicting information, it's got to be an open verdict, hasn't it? Hasn't it got to be an open verdict? Because they're all contradicting each other, aren't they? I don't know. They're all contradicting each other. In fact, I think they should just abandon this. I don't know. Go back to the beginning, but God can't abandon it again, I suppose. Oh my God. Crikey. So going back to the Lancashire Telegraph, how they put what we've just read. What did Brandon say to you on the call at 8:30 a.m? She says, the call woke me up and he said, you need to ring Jay. He's up a mountain. I thought he was having me on, to be honest. He said he was being serious and I could tell by his voice he wasn't joking. I spoke to him for about 2 minutes, then the phone cut off. And according to the call logs, there's a call at 8:32 a.m. lasting 2 minutes 15 seconds. And then some messages about 3 minutes later reading, go back to wherever the F you've just come from before it gets boiling. There's then another call. Do you have any recollection of what Jay told you in those calls? And Lucy says, I said, what on earth are you doing? What? Right, I called me. I said, what on earth are you doing? Where are you? We were just on a normal night out and he was on the strip. And I woke up to find out he was in the middle of nowhere. He just said he was in the middle of the mountains. I asked him what he could see and he said there was nothing. By this point, I'm panicking because his phone is on 1% and he doesn't know where he is. And he asked if cactuses were poisonous because this is the conversation she had with him, because he needed a drink. And I said, if you don't know where you are, you need to go back to where you came from. So we've got an exact address. Gosh. So, oh. Well, yeah. I'm just looking down the chat and obviously, hi Laura, Lorna, everyone's got different ideas, which, God, I mean, you know what, it's just like with all this conflicting information. I mean, I'm with you, Julie. I still think it was an accident, but I don't understand all these lies. Or are they lies? And they were just all so off their heads, they just don't remember anything properly. They all seem to have a different memory of everything. I just feel sorry for Debbie, especially because she's there trying to make sense of it. Yeah, exactly, Julia. That's just what I was about to say. Imagine having to sit there and listen to all this crap. It's bad enough for us listening to it and thinking, what? Imagine if that was actually your son that they were talking about. Yeah, it was a funny place for Ayub to stay up there in the mountains. He said, didn't he, when he was being interviewed by that podcaster, he said he just found it just something different. But do you know what? I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, it was not a nice place, you know. It was. I know the actual place itself was just very basic, but it was nice views, etc. So you can see a lot. You know, people do stay in those places and they like them. But yeah, Ayub doesn't strike you as a sort of person that would go for the Spanish culture, does he? You know, he doesn't strike you as that. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't get the feeling that Ayub's going to Spain and want in space stay somewhere traditionally Spanish. He doesn't speak Spanish for a start. So, you know, unless I don't know. Yeah, Moonbeam, I see what you're saying. Is that there's something that they're all hiding, but it may not be about, it may not be about Jay's death. Do you know what I mean? If they are running some sort of drug ring, like with Lucy being a runner, or all of them maybe that time helping out or whatever. If there is something like that going on, they're obviously not going to want to reveal it. So, but that doesn't mean necessarily that, obviously, that they murdered Jay, but they may have done. But, I still don't think so. But I think something's happened, and now it's brought all this attention. Jay's died in an accident. It's brought all this attention. And they're like panicking because they don't, it's like, oh God, don't want, a lot of people saying about Lucy maybe being a drug mule and this, that, and the other. I don't know if she is or not. And as a podcaster, really, you shouldn't, that is slander to say that somebody is a drug dealer when you don't know that for sure. So I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to come out and say that. I have no idea if she is. But if she is, and if Ayub is, or if any of them are involved in anything like that, yeah, they're not going to want to tell the truth about it. I still think, in my opinion, I think that's the reason why Jay went up into the mountains, was connected with drugs. But maybe on the promise of more drugs. I had that sort of theory right at the beginning. Ayub was supposed to be going home the next day. Maybe he had some left that he was going to give Jay at a bargain price, or I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm just, think it's just something that struck me at the time. Why would he go there? Maybe on the promise of being do you imagine if he was going home the next day and he did have some stuff left? He can't take that on a plane with him. So what's he going to do with it? I don't know. He might have even said to Jay, you sell this for me, you can have a cut. This is pure speculation. So I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just trying to find a reason why Jay went there. But of course, another reason might be that there is no reason. Just like they're all just having a good time, so spaced out on this, that, and the other. They didn't even think, you won't be able to find a rationale. I think that's a possibility as well. There is no rationale, because you're trying to find a rationale when you're just sat there stone cold sober, thinking, oh, why would you do that? But you don't know what you would do in that situation. So, where are we now? Right. So this is, I think, the last questions from the coroner for Lucy, and then afterwards the barrister's going to ask, Lois is going to ask questions. So the coroner says, did you get any sense from Jay at the time something bad had happened? And she said, no. I feel like if there was any conflict or something bad had happened, he would have said. And in terms of the text you said about going back, what was the point of that? And she said it was June in Tenerife. As soon as it hits 10 a.m., it gets very hot. It does. So I thought if he needed a drink, he needs to go back there to get a drink and charge his phone. Otherwise, he's in more of a predicament than he was there and then. I think Jay tried to go back, but he couldn't find his way back. The last time you saw Jay's around 3 a.m. Have you been to parties with him before these ones? Yes. It appears Jay has had alcohol to drink. He's told a couple of people he's taken cocaine and ecstasy. In terms of how he forms judgments, what effect does it have on his ability to form sensible judgments? And Lucy says it's going to make anyone make decisions you wouldn't. I definitely say he was in the frame of mind where he was going to make decisions he wouldn't if he'd slept properly and was hydrated. Yeah, because dehydration makes you not think straight as well. Just, so apart on top of all the drugs he'd taken and the alcohol he'd drank, he was dehydrated. And that makes you practically hallucinate. It's I don't think people realise how serious it is to drink water so often when it's hot. Whether even here in the house, I have to constantly be drinking something. Water, right? I like Ribena because I'm not a lover of water, so I like to put a bit of blackcurrant in it or something. But anything, to be honest, tea, coffee, whatever, some liquids, constant liquids, and I'm not even out the house. I just hide in the house in the summer. So Jay was dehydrated, and that makes you very disorientated on top of all the drugs he'd been taking. It appears Jay has had alcohol to drink. He's told a couple of people he's taken cocaine and ecstasy. And in terms of how he forms judgments, what effect does it have on his ability to form sensible judgments? And then the coroner says, is there anything you think I should have asked that I haven't? And she says, no, I don't think so. Yeah. Cocaine, ecstasy, ketamine, alcohol, no food. You know, he would have been a bit of a mess, wouldn't he, really? You've got to acknowledge that. He will have been in a mess. No water, no, dehydrated. So let's see what Mr. Norris asks. So did you know Ayub and Rocky before the holiday? And she says, no. Both yours and Bradley's evidence is you were getting food and then you and Brandon got into a taxi. You explained Jay was near some steps. Could you see him at the point you left? Yes, I saw him while I was waiting for my food. When you leave, can you see him? Yes. In terms of Ayub and Rocky, had you seen them that evening? Not that I'm aware of. Now, they don't really go into what maybe Lucy had taken. What had Lucy taken? What had she drank? Had she been having them balloons or whatever and this, that and the other? Anyway, so she says, not that I'm aware of. Ayub said earlier he didn't go into the festival and I didn't go anywhere but there. And I think that's true about Ayub not going into the festival. That's one thing that's been said from day one, hasn't it? Everybody has said that's one thing that has been substantiated. Ayub didn't go to the festival. In terms of the watch, did you receive the Snapchat from Jay with the watch in it? No. Did you know anything about this watch? No. Didn't she say earlier? Did Jay mention a watch at any point? No, he never mentioned a watch to me. After Jay went missing, what did you hear about the watch then? I heard a lot of different things, that someone had stolen a watch, that it was fake. There were different theories being thrown around everywhere. Had you spoken to anyone around the watch? The word over in Tenerife was a watch had been stolen. It was one of those you didn't know what to believe. God, it's got so lost in... because she said earlier, so he said, did you know something about a watch? Where's that gone? Look, did you know anything about a watch at that time? Yes. Did you know anything about a watch at that time? Yes. Well, she said that earlier, and now she's saying he didn't say anything to her about a watch. He never mentioned a watch to me. Oh, God. Hey, so that concludes Lucy Law's evidence. Yeah, that is weird, because she said she knew about the watch and now she's saying she didn't know anything about the watch. But he's not picking up on that. Well, surely he should have picked up on that, or she, sorry, Lois, and said, well, didn't you earlier say you knew about the watch? Anyway, then the coroner asked Lois what attempts had been made to contact Brandon. And she said there was a message thread in which he was unwilling to give evidence, but there was no opportunity to hand him the letter. See, I just don't get this at all. I mean, you know, for fuck's sake, is Brandon the one that lives in Tenerife? If he lives out the country, I suppose, what can you do if he decides he's not going to give evidence? I wonder. Let's go and have a look at Lancashire Live. That those, yeah, no. So the final phone call and what was said. On the call, which lasted just 2 minutes and 10 seconds, Jay told Lucy, "I'm in the middle of nowhere." Lucy asked Jay to try and describe what he could see, but Jay said there is literally nothing but mountains. This is when Lucy says she started panicking. She says, "He asked me if cactuses were poisonous, and I said a cactus is the least of your problems. Go back to where you've just come from." And during the call, Jay also told Lucy, "I can't go back there, I can't go back there." But Lucy says she didn't get a sense that something bad had happened. I also feel that if something had gone on in terms of conflict, I feel like he probably would have said. Lucy is asked why she said to Jay, "Go back before it gets boiling." And she said, obviously it was June in Tenerife. At 8 a.m. it's not too hot, but as soon as it hits like 10 a.m. it gets very hot. So I was thinking, if he's saying he needs a drink, then he needs to go back, get a drink, and charge his phone so he's in a better position. Then they're saying this again. She knew nothing about the stolen Rolex, but she had said earlier she did. But anyway, never mind. Lucy is being asked about the watch, which Jay told others he had stolen. Lucy confirms that she knew nothing about any watch on the night. Jay did not say anything about a watch to her at any point, and she did not see a Snapchat about a watch. And Lucy adds, the word over in Tenerife was that a watch had been stolen, but I thought it's just one of those things. I honestly don't know what to believe. There were so many theories being thrown around. We're now at the end of Lucy's evidence. We're due to hear from Nick Spencer, a digital analyst from Lancashire Constabulary, who will give evidence about the link between the phone's battery life and phone calls. First, though, Coroner's Officer Alice Swarbrick will give evidence about her attempts to find the remaining outstanding witnesses, including Stephen Rockus and Brandon Hodgson. Sorry, my voice is completely given out now. And Lois Norris, the barrister representing Jay's family, has just said there was a message thread between the family and Brandon Hodgson, and it appeared he was unwilling to give evidence. I wonder why. Mr. Hodgson is understood to be in Tenerife. The coroner arranged for Lancashire police officers to serve a summons on Brandon at his home in Lancashire. They attempted to do so on several occasions. The coroner's officer called Brandon on several occasions and left voicemails, but never heard back. And Brandon's mum, Natalie Hodgson, was hand-delivered a letter from the coroner by Lancashire Constabulary. That letter was hand-delivered to Natalie and has been documented on body-worn footage, but neither she and or her son Brandon made contact with the coroner's officer. That's suspicious, don't you think? That is suspicious to me, because at least the others have turned up. Whatever you might say about Ayub, at least he's, given evidence. Whatever you might say about Lucy, at least she's given evidence. But Brandon won't. So we are now hearing that the statement Brandon gave to Spanish police via a video call following Jay's disappearance. Brandon told police that Jay called him when he was trying to walk home after leaving the Airbnb. Jay, he said, didn't seem frightened and was laughing and joking. And Brandon added that he thought Jay was out of his mind. Maybe Brandon doesn't want to give evidence because, he feels like he let Jay down. I don't know. But he should. Of course he should. He should at least say what he knows. Yeah. Oh. Thank you, Julie. That's so very kind. Thank you. Let me put the thank you on. So the dog's barking. Even the dog thinks it's outrageous, this whole thing. Thank you, Julie. Very kind. Now, there may not be a members tonight, by the way. I don't think I'm going to have any voice left, but I wasn't expecting it to go on as long as this. But thank you so much. Where am I? Yeah, he is suspicious. I think he's the most suspicious, personally. Hi, Fluffy. I think from what I've seen so far, they're all suspicious in a way because they can't get their story straight. But I don't think that's unlikely, that's unusual for young people who are out taking drugs and drinking, probably can't remember what the hell went on. To be honest, I've had nights when I was young, I couldn't remember anything, and it comes back to you in little bits and pieces, doesn't it? You'll be there and you think, oh my God, I never said that, did I? I never did that, did I? So it doesn't surprise me that their memory is a bit faulty. At least they're there and they're giving evidence. Maybe it's video link, but at least they're there. So even Ayub, think what you like about him, but he didn't have to give this evidence. He's not even in the country. So he's done something, at least. It might not be satisfactory. You might not trust him. I think the most suspicious one for me is Brandon, because he's the one that talked about the knives down the trouser leg or whatever. He's the one that talked about the watch, wasn't he? He's the sort of the root of everything that's fishy about this case. I think, anyway, if anyone. He is quite suspicious, isn't he? Hi, Sugar Babe. Goes through that screen. Yeah. Yeah. They're all a little bit sketchy because it's a whole sketchy situation, isn't it? Don't you think? It's a very sketchy situation. They've not been good friends, really, to Jay. But having said that, what do you do with a grown man? He might only be 19. But if he decides he's going to take all that stuff and go off from club to club, and then Lucy's looking for him, and he's moving to another club, and what do you do? What do you do with a grown man like that? Or a grown boy at least. You can't save someone from themselves, can you? But I think it's the ones that, and of course the other one who's suspicious is Rocky. Why is he not there or doing a video link? He's just not acknowledged any attempt to give evidence, but he literally was the last person or one of the last people to see Jay. He was up there at the Airbnb, and if he wasn't, or if he's got anything else to say that's any different, he should be, at least Ayub has gone there and answered the questions. But yeah, Rocky and Brandon, where are they? Hi, Mary, or Myri. Yeah. The ones that aren't there, they're the suspicious ones in my eyes. They're all suspicious in a way. Hi, Paula. They're all suspicious in a way because they're living a suspicious lifestyle. It's a shame. I feel for Debbie a lot, and Warren, and Zach, for all of Jay's family that are there and having to listen to this. It's a shame, isn't it? Okay, so yeah. What's the last one on there? So let's see what the Lancashire Telegraph says about the attempts to contact Brandon. Alice says, on April 10th, I left him a voicemail, a text, an email. Further attempt April 23rd. I spoke to his mother that day saying he was out of the country. I discussed why I needed to speak to him, and when she next spoke to him, she asked him to make when she next spoke to him to make contact with me. On April 25th, I arranged for a summons. May 6th, I asked the police if the summons had been served. I requested another officer go and serve that, but there was no answer at the home. June the 4th, I conducted searches on police systems to find other contact details. I found an email address for his mother asking her to make contact. None made. June the 11th, I wrote a letter to Brandon that could be delivered to him. The next day, I wrote a letter to his mother explaining the purposes of the inquest. This was hand-delivered and captured on body-worn footage. And the coroner says, my understanding is in Tenerife, and she said, as far as I'm aware, he is in Tenerife. Well, they've certainly tried to contact him. At least this time I feel like they've tried. I do feel in that first inquest, I don't think they made enough efforts to contact all the people concerned. So she's now going to read a statement from him. And this, of course, is the report of a phone interview with him on July the 2nd, police interview. A translator was in attendance. And Brandon says he didn't remember if he or Jay made the last call between them. He believes it was around 8:30. It was a video call. Jay told him he was in the middle of nowhere and all you could see were mountains. He wasn't on any road. He was in the mountains and he couldn't see any road nearby. They asked if Jay was on his own and he said yes. He said Jay was not frightened. He was laughing and joking and he was leaving the road without giving any reasons. Brandon thought his friend was returning to the house. He doesn't know what direction he was going, but he got the feeling that Jay was going down the mountain. Brandon asked the last time he saw Jay. The last time he saw Jay was outside Tramp's Bar. He was asked how long the call was. He said 7 to 8 minutes, and it was on Snapchat. He received the first call at 7:30 a.m. when Jay was sitting smoking a cigarette. And he said he had stayed in a house in the mountains with two men. They proceeded to ask if Brandon had introduced these two men to the rest of the group. Brandon was asked about what he did and who did he call after ending the call with Jay. He said he called Lucy. He wasn't worried about Jay, but Lucy was more sensible. Excuse me. And intelligent. He said he fell asleep. He didn't speak with Lucy after. When he spoke with her again, she was crying as she had not found Jay. And Lucy commented his phone had died and she didn't know what to do. Brandon said he had heard something about the watch, but he wasn't able to provide any further information about this. Do you know, I'm just wondering, you know, this thing about the watch and everything. Now, remember, Mark Williams Twonk, off he went to Tenerife, and he said he'd spoken to these friends, and he had all this information. But he probably paid for that information. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Did Brandon, did he make up things so he would get paid? That's what I think. I think that information about the watch that all started with Mark Williams' trunk was probably, friends such as Brandon or maybe other friends, I don't know, making things up so they would get paid. Is that a possibility? And then it started all this, I mean, having said that, there was the texts were shown, weren't they? The text about a watch, but Jay said a Rolex first, then he said that other make. Because here now he's saying he wasn't able to provide any further information about this. And he was asked if he'd made a statement with the police from his country, and he said no, as nobody had got in touch with him. So now let's see where Rocky. This is the attempts to find Stephen Rockus. And the clerk says, on April 17th, I found a number and called him. I explained who I was and why I was calling. I arranged to email him with details and discuss the inquest. April 23rd, I left a voicemail. Spoke later that day and I said I'd call him the next morning to do the statement. Called and there was no answer. April the 25th, sent a summons and a letter to the Metropolitan Police. They attended that address and were told somebody else was living there. A resident had been living there for 3 years and they'd been receiving letters for him, but he wasn't there. Officers attended another address and found the shutters were down. He's a real cagey character, isn't he, Rocky? Met Police conducted searches on their systems. A PNC search showed he was due to attend Stratford Police Station. What for, I wonder? I arranged for that letter to be left there. On May the 8th, they said he had not attended the police station. So Rocky's in trouble with the police, isn't he, for something? So that's probably why he hasn't turned up as well, because he's wanted by the police. A further search showed he'd been in East London Magistrates Court on April the 30th. I contacted the court and ascertained the address we both had was the same, but had 2 different postcodes. I arranged for the summons to be delivered there. He was not there. And now Lancashire Police have taken over all inquiries trying to find him. So that's perhaps the answer as to why Rocky's not turned up, is because he's wanted for something else. He was supposed to turn up at the police station for something else. And at the police station, that's more serious. So he's obviously gone AWOL because he doesn't want to be caught for whatever it is he's done. What do you think? Do you think that's the reason why? When he returned a call, he thought I was getting in touch regarding returning some property. When I advised him who I was, he denied all knowledge of knowing Jay Slater. You know what I mean? He's so dodgy, this guy. Rocky is dodgy. He's more dodgy than Ayub, because at least Ayub has given some testimony, whether, we might be happy with his testimony or not. And he tried to turn it into a party political broadcast. Because those of you who are just coming in who maybe didn't see earlier, Ayub started off giving his condolences to Jay's family and then trying to talk about Gaza and that, which, is wrong in this, whatever your thoughts are about Gaza. I agree with his what he thinks about it all, but this is not the place, in a coroner's court over Jay is not the place to be political, is it? Because it's about Jay. But, and as I was saying, just to reiterate what I said earlier, Ayub, he has a social media presence. Any TikTok or social media thing Ayub does, it's going to get watched. So why doesn't he do his party political broadcasts on there? He can go, if Ayub is watching, you can come on my channel and say political things. I'm quite happy with that. I agree exactly with what you're saying. But I do not think that the inquest was the right place. So now we've got a break for 30 minutes before finishing all the evidence. Oh my God, they're working late, because I'll tell you what, they normally finish at 5. So I'm going to have a little break as well. Let me just see if there's anything more. No, so they'll just, it's just, yeah. The attempts to locate Stephen Rockas. Yeah, met police officers to 2 addresses, police office to a business address, police national computer, searching voting records, and no luck. So I'm going to have a little break as well. I'm going to put up my be back soon. I might put another video on, just half an hour while they 30-minute break, go make yourself a coffee, sandwich, go to the shop, do whatever. And we'll be back and see the end of it. Are they going to find a decision today? Or do you think it might go into tomorrow? Might it go into a tomorrow? Let me know what you think. It is 4:30 here in Spain. I've gone through my siesta time, Joanne. I'm normally having a siesta by now. There's a lot of you in there making comments. I hope you're all being nice. I'm sure you are. I'm just having a quick look through, and just remember not to mention other podcasters, that's all. Apart from that, have your theory, as long as you're not nasty to each other. Poor Debbie. Poor Debbie. And Warren. Poor family. Oh, thank you, Kylie. That's nice. Yeah, it's a funny old case, isn't it? It's a funny old case. But yeah, to me, if there's anything suspicious in this case, it's look at the people that haven't turned up, not even say anything. But I do think the whole case is suspicious because the whole situation is, the whole lifestyle of the people is sketchy, isn't it? So, I hope they do finish it off and do more tomorrow. I hope they don't rush through it to get it finished today. Because if it's 4:30 here in Spain, it'd be 3:30 there in the UK. They don't normally go longer than 5 o'clock in the evening. So, I think they've still got some data evidence, haven't they, to come or something. But, and maybe he should go and digest the evidence before he gives a verdict. But, of course, he's probably already decided what verdict he's going to give anyway. So he probably hasn't got anything to think about because he's probably already decided what he's going to do. Okay, so we're going to have a little break, or I'm going to have a little break. I'm going to go off, have a bathroom break, just sort a few things out, and I will be back in 30 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Go off and, get yourself a snack or whatever you're doing. I need to put up my be right back sign. Okay, it's me. I'm back. Gosh, I'm just wondering how desperate some people have to be to go on other people's lives just to try and get more likes and follows and clicks on their own channel. Honest to God, these are the podcasters that give podcasters a really bad name. Really bad name. But anyway, there you go. Adios, amigos. It doesn't happen on my channel. Get away with it once, you won't get away with it again. Okay, so we're coming to the end. We're coming to the end of the inquest. Evidence coming to an end as the inquest nears a conclusion. Let's have a look what it says here. I put my camera on, hang on, my voice is totally going. Let me take off my be right back. Of course, I was here all the time, you know. I know you think I'm stupid, but I'm actually not. You know who you are. You know who I'm talking to. Right, let's take off the be right back. No, I've put the wrong one up. I've put like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe to my channel. That wasn't what I meant to put up. I meant to put up the be right back. Oh no, I meant to take it off. Oh my God, you know, I've been on live streaming since 11 o'clock this morning. And here in Spain, it is now 5 o'clock. So that's 6 hours. This inquest. But do you know what? It's all worth it if only the family were going to get some answers. I hate to say it, but I feel from what we've seen so far, I don't think the family are going to get any answers. But what do you think? Do you think it's going to be finished today, or is it going to run over into tomorrow? Okay, just got to check. Sorry, I got distracted there. So no, I can't give a recap of everything that's happened so far. Sorry, too many hours. You have to watch it from the beginning. Okay, so the final video filmed by Jay Slater, shown to the court. We're now being played a video that Jay filmed on his phone at 7:21 a.m. on Monday, June the 17th, the morning he disappeared. This shows the red-orange flowery blanket which Ayub Kazim had given to Jay so he could go to sleep. And in the video, Jay can be seen holding a cigarette and then filming briefly outside the Airbnb. Now, of course, a lot of people were questioning that because you can't actually see Jay's face, can you, on that? You know, you don't actually see Jay. So a lot of people said, oh, no, it's not Jay, it's this, it's that. I personally think it is Jay. I don't see why it's not. But, you know, everybody has their views, don't they? So, unfortunately, we have seen it. It has been out there on the internet, hasn't it? But they're being shown it in court. I was trying to... Oh... Shiz, thank you so much. That's so very kind of you. Now, for those of you that have been gifted a membership, which I can't check on here, but unfortunately, I can't check the names. Somebody tell me who's been awarded the memberships. That's really, really kind of you, Shay. Now, normally, Thursday night, we would have a members live. I've got to say, we won't be having one tonight, but I'll make it up to you because it's only because I didn't know this was going to go on all day and now my voice just won't take it. But thank you so much. So as a member, you can watch the members' lives, which are normally every Thursday, every single Thursday, an exclusive members live. But not tonight, but maybe tomorrow morning or maybe tomorrow evening, I'm not sure, but I will make it up to them. I know my members, they'll understand why. Also, you get to use the free emojis, and every now and again there's some special offers that there's some special little presents that I give to my members. Last time was at Christmas, to be honest, so we must be due some more little freebies going out to the members. But having said that, that's not to the gifted members. But just in case, if you like being a member and you decide to carry on as a member, that's something else. Probably anyway, never mind, I'm rambling now. I do waffle every now and again, you might have noticed. But thank you, Shay. So let me put the thank you little video up. I am on coffee. Oh, I haven't put my camera back on, have I? I'm having a coffee to try and keep me going. Where's my little thank you video to Shay? I can't find anything. Oh, that'll do. I can't find my... There you go. Thank you, Shay. Thank you so much for those. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure the ones that have been given a membership will appreciate it too. Right. And you don't take, you know what, you get these subtle trolls who just try and derail your stream. I don't even know this person. I couldn't give a shit what they think. But thank you for watching, Dodgy. Okay, so let's go back to this. Anyway, Dodgy's on his last, he's on his Dodgy thing. You know what, I just don't care at the moment. So that final video, do you remember that? What do you think? Let me know what you think. Was that Jay in that video? I personally think it was. I can't see that it wasn't Jay, but I know anybody who thinks maybe it wasn't. You know, say what you think in my chat. You can say what you think as long as you don't mention other podcasters and as long as you're not rude to other people. So, Spanish report reveals when Jay was reported missing. And so a report from Spanish authorities reveals that Jay was reported missing at 9 a.m. on Monday, June the 17th. Mountain rescue teams were made aware of his disappearance at 8 p.m. that night. That's a shame that it was so long, really, because they lost a day, didn't they? Because by 8 p.m. that night, it will have been going dark soon, so they probably couldn't start looking properly till the next day. You know, and I follow these Spanish mountain rescue teams. You know, not only the one in Tenerife. But it's fabulous work that they do. I mean, you think about it, people go up into these mountains, even experienced hikers get lost, have an accident, and it's them, the mountain police, that have to go and get them in and they put their own lives at risk. So, you know, good for them, but it's a shame that they weren't notified and they lost a day. Where, I mean, I don't know what time they think Jay had a fall. But is there a chance that he could have been found if he was looked for immediately by helicopter? Or do you think when he stopped messaging that was because that was when, unfortunately, he had fallen? Well, we'll never know, will we? We'll never know, unfortunately. So the mountain rescue group said Jay's lack of experience in mountain regions, recklessness... Sorry, I just got to do something. I think it's probably easier just say goodbye, isn't it, to him. You know what? Life's too short. I can't be arsed arguing with trolls. So, yeah, the Spanish police said, you know, his lack of experience in mountain regions, recklessness, lack of fitness or self-control, lack of equipment will have played a part in his death. The weather and loose falling rocks could also have been involved. The mountain rescue teams could not explain why he chose to go down into the ravine. Jay was unfamiliar with the area and the direction he was headed in could have given the impression that there was a settlement. The ravine features sheer high cliffs and dense undergrowth. So yeah, I mean, you know, we on some of the videos we looked at the time, we looked at some videos that had been made by hiking clubs and teams and things. Oh my God, they were going down these ravines with great big sticks, and you know, it's a terrifying place. And Jay just didn't realise it. I think that's what happened to Jay. But what, as I said, there's more to it as to maybe why he was there or whatever. But I do think that he just fell into that ravine. I do believe that, you know. Let me just take that out. So let's have a look on the Lancashire Telegraph, what they've had to say about that. So they're now going to play a series of videos to the court. The first is the Snapchat video taken of Jay, of him wearing the blanket, having a cigarette and panning the camera across the mountains. It was taken at 7:21 a.m. on the 17th. The mountain rescue got a report of a person missing in Mascot at 9 a.m. that morning. When looking for the bus stop, he had a fall and no phone on his battery. This search took 29 days, 13 of which involved Spanish forces, Guardia Civil, and search helicopters. On day 13, a large-scale search was organised that found nothing. All areas, footpaths, including areas hard to access, were searched. Mountain Rescue continued to search, and on July 15th carried out a search in a ravine. In order to get there, they had to traverse crops and cut through vegetation with machetes, as it's overgrown. And they say Jay's body was found in the ravine. AS is now shown a map of the region. The second map down shows a circle where Jay was found. It's approximately an hour from the point where he leaves the road to where he was found. There is a dry watercourse at the bottom of the ravine. About 8 metres above that, Jay was found, and about 20 metres above that was an Armani backpack, is it? With Jay's phone inside. So this is it. Somebody was saying earlier, sorry, I forgot to change the tab over, about Jay's phone being found on the beach and this. All that was rubbish that was talked about by unscrupulous social media creators. You know, unfortunately, there are social media creators who give other social media creators a really bad name. You know, so his phone was found with him. According to this. An Armani backpack, I think they must mean, with Jay's phone inside. Though I have to say, you know, I don't think it's ever been said as clearly as that is, you know, what was found with him, the phone, you know, and the problem is when you don't give people information, people make up their own information, especially TikTokers and YouTubers who have got no scruples. They'll say anything. As long as, because they know they'll get loads of people watching, you know, and unfortunately, I think that's a really bad thing because it's really harmful to the family, in my opinion. So Jay's phone was with him in the backpack. It's so sad that he was there. I hope he died instantly. I know, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, he died. So, you know, I don't think it's the wrong thing to say. I think you'll understand what I mean. I just hope he died instantly and he didn't know anything. The thought of him lying there and waiting for someone to come and rescue him and nobody coming is just unbearable to think about. So Mountain Rescue said that factors influencing the accident were lack of experience in mountain regions, fear, lack of self-control, lack of fitness, lack of equipment, objective dangers of weather, falling rocks and illness. They said they couldn't explain why Jay made the decision to go down that ravine. Once he got to the end of the usable track, it does not continue as a path or a footway. He was unfamiliar with the area and his phone was out of charge, so he couldn't view a map. But you could see the sea at the end of the ravine, which may have led him to believe there was a settlement nearby. I think he thought he could make it down to the beach. They have no awareness of Jay having any skills in mountain pursuits. You need basic techniques even to move forwards in such a sheer descent. They described the scene here as very rough, unstable, and a steep slope, and it would be easy to slip on the rocks and fall into the void. In the opinion of the investigating officer, the death must have occurred as the result of an accidental fall. It cannot be ruled out he may have been at a higher level and dropped the bag while falling. The data obtained from the post-mortem was compatible with a fall from a height. It's very sad. So we're now being shown a picture of the area where Jay was found after his body had been discovered. And when they said so, they've obviously seen that. We're now going to hear from Nick Spencer, a detective sergeant at Lancashire Police, who looks after digital media for the force. So that'll be interesting. Let's read the ones. So we're going back to Lancashire Live now. Jay's faculties were greatly reduced. As he had been on the move since the previous day with no rest, his faculties will have been greatly reduced. The area is very rough and unstable with a steep slope, and it would be easy to slip on the rocks and fall into the void. Their conclusion was that, in their opinion, the death must have been occurred as an accidental fall. The fact that the bag was 15 to 20 metres above him indicates he was walking at this location when he fell. The post-mortem findings were compatible with a fall from height. The only other plausible explanation is that he thought there was a beach or settlement at the end of the ravine where he could have sought help. So the bag was 15 to 20 metres above him. So now we're going to hear this evidence from DS Nick Spencer. So what do we think about all that? Yeah. Hi, Judith. Well, that's what they're saying now, Charlie. I don't know. Bye, Francesca. Cheers. He fell. How can he not see this? Obviously he fell. That's what I've been saying right from the beginning. Anyway, no, people will still have their own views, won't they? They'll have their own views, doesn't matter what I say, but, I have my view too. So I think he fell by accident, trying to find his way back, and I think he did. Because the thing is, if somebody placed him there, that some people are saying, how did they get him there? How did they get him there to a place that even experienced searchers couldn't get to? And even the police had to lower a harness down on a helicopter to get his body back. So how did somebody carry his body there and chuck it over? Exactly. It was exactly Moonbeam. It would have been almost impossible to place someone there. There are no tunnels, and you think somebody might not have noticed a helicopter, Charlie. You know, I've heard the people say that, but honestly, I'm sorry, but who don't you think people would have noticed that? Where's someone just going to get? Do you think Peter Folding went over there with his helicopter? I mean, I appreciate your view and you're entitled to your view, but just somebody would have seen a helicopter. Exactly, Darren. That's what I think. But anyway, everybody else is entitled to their own views. He could have been pushed, but that means somebody else was up there with him. You know, somebody else went to that dangerous place and then made their way back. Don't forget, they'd be scratched to hell as well. So, I don't know. Yeah, they are saying that Jay's bag was found above the height where his body was found. So his body was found, his bag was found higher up. We'll have a look at it again. Sorry. Ay. Anyway. Oh, right. Sorry, let me... Yeah, the fact that the bag was 15 to 20 meters above him indicates he was walking at this location when he fell. So I think what they're saying is he's tripped there or fell there, dropped the bag and fell down. That's what they say. I'm just reading it out. Don't shoot the messenger. Oh, dear. Anyway, evidence now from DS Nick Spencer. Jay's parents are... So this is what we mustn't forget, that the people that are suffering most through this are his family. His parents are both wearing blue heart-shaped pin badges with a J in the middle. We're now hearing from DS Nick Spencer from Lancashire Constabulary. He's in charge of the Digital Investigation Unit. Dr. Spencer's unit is involved in tracking people through social media, and the unit was asked for help. Oh, I thought they were going to talk about Jay's phone data. The unit was asked for help in tracing Stephen Rockas. Greater Manchester Police and Lancashire Police visited a flat in Manchester. The water bill for this property is in Stephen Rockas's name. His mobile phone also regularly self-sighted in the Manchester area. There was no answer. The court, they are going to talk about Jay. The court is now hearing about the various locations where Jay's phone pinged while in Tenerife. This includes an extremely lengthy and complex colour-coded spreadsheet compiled by Lancashire Police, which shows who Jay spoke to or sent messages to, which apps he used, and the mobile phone towers his phone connected to at the relevant time. The spreadsheet shows that at 8:27 a.m. on the morning Jay disappeared, his phone had just 3% battery. He made an outgoing Snapchat call to Lucy Law, which lasted only 3 seconds. There was then another call to Lucy, which lasted 22 seconds. The records then indicated his battery was at 1%, which is what it said, isn't it? The last ping when Jay's mobile phone logged a data session was 8:43. Bless. Okay, let's see what they say on the Lancashire Telegraph about that. Just make sure you're all behaving yourself in the chat. So, going to the Lancashire Telegraph now, what they say about it all. Where are we? Yeah, we read that one. Yeah, so don't forget here, the police said that he could have been at a higher level and he dropped the bag while he was falling. You know, we don't know exactly. We weren't there. Unfortunately, poor Jay. All we know is Jay is deceased. Right. So the coroner asked the data guy from the police, would your investigations include tracking people through all sorts of digital media? He says yes. We asked for your assistance in trying to track down Stephen Rockus. Can you explain the lengths you went to? We undertook financial inquiries. We were able to link accounts and numbers to Mr. Rockus. We were able to locate a phone regularly used by him with cell sitting in the Manchester area. It led us to a water bill being paid for him at a flat in Manchester. Greater Manchester Police visited him on a number of occasions and have been able to locate him at the flat. You looked at Jay's phone pings. How do they work? And he said, a phone will work off 4G and 5G. What your phone is doing is looking for the strongest signal, which will generally be a mast on the street or on top of a building. What that mast is doing is putting out a signal. The phone will connect to it and you can use that to make calls, which is what Jay was doing on Snapchat. Whilst it's a good indication of where someone has been, it has its limitations. God, this is interesting because remember this with the Erin Patterson trial that I've just been covering. That was the same when they were trying to work out if she'd been where the mushrooms were growing and that. Anyway, so Mr. Spencer takes the court for a spreadsheet of the last pings from Jay's phone, including messages, ingoing and outgoing calls and text messages, some mobile numbers that may have been seen on that document to those, some mobile numbers may have been seen on that document to those viewing the inquest online. Viewing the inquest online? No, he means the witnesses. Dr. Adeley has warned that these numbers are not to be copied, published or circulated online, and anyone found to have done so will be guilty of contempt of court. Oh, unless you pay £400 or whatever, because that's what he did with the Nicola Bulley autopsy. Anyone could have it, as long as they paid £400 or whatever it was. Can't remember exactly how much it was now. But they were supposed to prove that they were a person that was, legitimate to have the autopsy report. And these vile people, podcasters, YouTubers, they got applied for it, got it, and then talked about it openly online. They should have been sued for contempt of court. You're not supposed to, but Mr. Adeley will sell anything to anybody. All these will be up for sale soon, I'm sure. He said, I have the same powers as a High Court judge. If you wish to find out what I'm capable of, I'd be wary of what you do next. Ooh. Anyway, that concludes. That's the end of it. That concludes D.S. Spencer's evidence, and it also concludes all of the evidence in this inquest. And Dr. Adeley will give his summing up of the case at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Oh God, I didn't share that tab, so I'll show it you now. Anyway, I read it out to you, didn't I? So what is that? What was that for? Anyway, so that's it. Tomorrow, I wonder what verdict is going to come to. What do you think? I don't think there's any doubt to what verdict is going to come to. Is there? Don't think there's any doubt whatsoever. He's going to come to an accidental death verdict, which personally I think is the right verdict. But I think he knew he was going to do that right from the beginning. You know, so I thought there would be more. Well, I might be wrong. Maybe he will come up with an open verdict. I don't know. You just felt like, well, especially when it was Brad's testimony, he was sort of asking him leading questions, wasn't he? Well, I can say I know a lot of people don't think it was an accident, but all I would say is then, what do you think happened? What happened? You don't think it was an accident? What happened? What happened then? What's the alternative explanation? Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter how long I've gotten it, because it was only whatever happened in the space of a couple of hours. If you get what you're going to do is come up with all conspiracy stuff that there's no evidence for, then I haven't got the answer to your question of how long you got is no time whatsoever. But if what you're going to do is give me a reasonable theory how someone got Jay's body up there, pushed him over a ravine, or took him up there while he's alive and pushed him over, you know, I don't think anyone can give an alternative theory on what happened. Now, as for the rest of it and why he was there in the first place and all the conflicting evidence that we've just heard, etc., yeah, I think that is really sketchy. I think the whole situation is sketchy. But I don't think, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I mean, it's not a question of unfortunately. I think Jay had an unfortunate accident thinking he could walk across there. I don't think it'd be the first time that something like that's happened to young people who think they're invincible. Won't be the last time, unfortunately, as well. Poor Jay. And his poor family. So I don't know what his family are thinking now when they go home. I thought the barrister could have asked more questions, couldn't he? You know, what don't you think the barrister could have been more forceful with the questions that he asked? What I don't like is this confliction of stories from all of them, you know? You know, so I don't know. I think I don't know. Oh God, after I've been streaming all these hours, I think my head's totally scrambled. I've heard that many contradicting stories from them all, and this, that and the other. I don't think I can even think straight at the moment, but I'll be more compos mentis in the morning. So what time did he say? I'll be back in the morning. So he's now explaining that. Oh yeah, we haven't read it in here on the going back to the Lancashire Live, because we didn't read the update on the Lancashire Live. This court is now hearing about the various locations where Jay's phone pinged while in Tenerife. This includes an extremely lengthy and complex colour code. Oh yeah, I did read that, didn't I? So I can't even remember what I've read now. Yeah, the data warning we read. Inquest comes to an end for the day. Oh, and he said, I have walked along the white cliffs of Dover and down onto the beach, and my phone connected to a cell in France. You know what I mean? That's not very helpful either, is it? So, Dr. Adeley, go back to that one. My head's gone now. Dr. Adeley will give his summing up of the case at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So I will be on here at 11 a.m. Spanish time, which will be 10 a.m. English time. And we will listen to his conclusion. Maybe he will surprise me and come up with an open verdict. Perhaps that is what it should be, but I don't think he's going to do that. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Thank you, Annie. So just before I finish, I just want to say thank you to everybody for watching. And a special thank you to Joanne, who was kind enough. Joanne watches all the way down under. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Julie. Yeah, might be an open inquest, open verdict. Let's hope so. And thank you to Shay for gifting the 5 memberships. Thank you so much. In the meantime, I'm off. I'll see you really soon in the next video. And we'll be back tomorrow to argue about it all a little bit more. Oh, Yvonne, yeah, you have missed it. But listen, 6 hours to catch up on. I'll see you really soon in the next video. Till then, may your gods go with you. Bye.